It's fine. Uh, Good morning. It looks like some people have not finished their day yesterday. When I say good morning, they've gotten used to afternoon. Good morning. Thank you very much. Now you sound very good. My name is Hereshi Peter Mukwena. I'm a council member for the South African Heritage Resource Agency. And then I'm also a member of the chairperson of the Heritage Management Committee, Sarah, and the chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Heritage Resource Authority. I'm the program director for this gathering or discussion. So for the next 3-4 hours, you are stuck with me. We'll see how we find a way together. Yeah, we have unfortunately started a bit late. Our sincere apologies for that. Then that by around 4 o'clock will be done before Iziko evicts us if we transgress the boundaries of time. Having said that, perhaps to kickstart the process, the meeting today or the engagement today is part of the seminar, or is a seminar on the forum on exchange of experiences, good practices and lessons learned with African countries, promoting cooperation, community participation in repatriation and restitution of cultural property and ancestral remains. This is not an easy topic or subject matter to deal with, let alone to implement. So it is always wise to bring minds together to exchange ideas on how to cooperate on such difficult topics and issues that need to be implemented, all the way from community level to the United Nations. So to deal with this particular issue, I will first of all request the CEO of Iziko Museum, Dr. Ndlovu, to come and do a word of welcome. Dr. Ndlovu. Mshayeleni izandla.
Good morning, colleagues. It's I was checking whether you're going to say good afternoon. We are very much privileged to be hosting you today, but we sort of like to extend our special welcome and greetings to colleagues from Colombia and the delegation from Colombia. We appreciate the fact that you have traveled all the way to Africa, not only the breadth of this country in order to engage with us, and also for us to be able to learn from these engagements and from you. I also see a colleague reminded me that we were at the portfolio committee a few weeks ago. So we also welcome our colleagues from Parliament who are also gracing this engagement, and our colleagues from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, National, the shareholder. And we also have colleagues from the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, and our colleagues from SARA. These are our brothers and sisters. We've been to the trenches together. And literally speaking, we've also spent nights at grave sites and cemeteries, and now we've learned that there's a distinction between the two. In Africa, we only have Emang Wabin, but then into the effect that that place where we were the whole night. There were no ghosts. So we can therefore confirm before you that through our practical engagement with communities and community narratives, we also have engagements with stories and real experiences. We also have colleagues from the Castle of Good Hope, PO Box number 1. This is the oldest building in Southern Africa in terms of conventional building. I know colleagues from Zimbabwe will challenge me. That's why I'm saying oldest conventional building in Southern Africa. But we also note that colleagues from Zimbabwe will challenge us. We have, if you are in company of thinkers and scholars, we who are practitioners and funders, we tend to step back and analyze them. I nearly say my alumni, but I remember that I must not say that today. And there are also colleagues from Izigo Museums of South Africa. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Izigo Museums of South Africa. As Izigo Museums of South Africa, working very closely with the South African Heritage Services, we pride ourselves in the idea of working with communities. And we have also tried to embed that there is nothing that we could do without consulting those communities. Sometimes we tend to over-glorify the idea of working with communities, and we think of communities as homogenic. But we can also indicate to the fact that ours is a country of more than 60 million South Africans. As we consult with broader communities, those are the owners of narratives, the heritages that we preserve, and the heritage that, in terms of legislation, the national estate, we are entitled also to prolong. But it belongs to the South African people, to those who are going to come after us. So as we engage with communities, we bear and take the heritage mandate that is given to us, and the idea that heritage promotion and preservation should be accessible to a number of people. But we are also conscious that the art of engagement brings with it a number of other challenges. But in Africa, we don't amplify the challenges themselves. What we amplify is the art of consensus and consensus making. That matters the most in African context. That's why when we engage and discuss with each other, in African traditions, you find the idea of a circle. And a circle allows people, if they are sitting, for example, engaging in I'm avoiding the word traditional court. If they are sitting and engaging with each other in a space, that is a cycle-like, it allows people to engage and build consensus. If you look also at how headgear is also crafted, it also amplifies the idea of a cycle, hence the idea of consensus making. So that is an idea that we take when we engage with communities, consensus making. And in the idea of consensus making, there are not overall winners and overall losers, but a consensus is made and everybody will walk out of it feeling heard and feeling engaged. Within Izigo itself, in the some objects were collected during colonial times. Amahlubi, for example, came to us to see the objects that are in our care that they believe belong to them. And provenance research has indeed indicated that those objects were used by Amahlubi. At first, they had an idea that they would sort of like to take these objects to an area bordering KZN, Lesotho, and Eastern Cape. But having engaged with the objects and having us allowing them to touch the objects without the bearer of a glove, they were quite confident and comfortable that their objects, the objects of those who came before them, are in good care. We've launched also a series of exhibitions with this idea, the idea of working with communities. And we can name few of those. One of them is humanities exhibition. Those of you who will be privileged enough or have time during lunch you can sort of have few minutes and engage with that exhibition. It is an exhibition that also built, grounded on the idea of engaging with communities and also building consensus. And another exhibition that is also accessible is the exhibition titled Homecoming, an exhibition that also amplified the processes and the engagements that we had with communities when we were making and installing that exhibition. Today, slavery is awake. Part of that documentation and that we'll also be launching is an exhibition called Unfinished Conversation. All these exhibitions are built around engaging with communities, communities who are source communities, communities who are intellectuals and scholars as represented here, and critics and those who have an objective, in inverted commas, eye, who will also therefore advise us at how to engage. As an institution that is more than 200 years, we continue to learn, unlearn, and also confront the colonial discourses. And we are conscious that therefore allows us to contribute to heritage making, heritage preservation, for the benefit of all those who engage with our content and for the benefit of South Africans. With those few words, I remind all of us as we gather today that the concept of Ubuntu, Mutuki Butukabadu, has continued to ground us. And I hope as we engage today and as we continue also to learn and share ideas amongst ourselves, the spirit of Ubuntu will continue to guide us for the benefit of those who came before us and for the benefit of those who will come after us. Thank you and welcome to Easy South African Museum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndlovu, for the warm words of welcome and for the invocation of the concept of Ubuntu, Botu, in Sesotho. We say Mutuki Mutu. I wish I can say that in Afrikaans. I can't seem to remember the exact words. But at the essence of the idea of Ubuntu is that human beings live as a team and as a community that is interdependent. If you need help as a human being, you don't run to the cattle crawl for help. You go to another human being. That's why you will never solve a crime in spaces like the one you have up until communities are involved and they help each other. With those words, thank you very much, Dr. Ndlovu. Perhaps without a waste of time, let me recognize the CEO of the South African Heritage Source Agency, advocate, I almost said doctor, advocate Lungisa Malhas, if you can come and say a few words. Give a hand, please.
Good morning. Our commitment to justice, heritage preservation, and the dignity of communities whose histories have too often been forgotten because of colonialism, dispossession, and displacement. This seminar comes at a critical moment in the global heritage discourse. Across the world, nations and communities are increasingly calling for the return of cultural property and ancestral remains removed under unequal historical conditions. These calls are not simply about objects or collections. They are about identity, memory, healing, human dignity, and the restoration of historical justice. For many African countries, the repatriation and restitution process represents an opportunity to reconnect communities with their heritage, revive indigenous knowledge systems, and restore cultural continuity interrupted by colonial exploitation and inequality. Equally, it challenges institutions such as ours to rethink traditional approaches to heritage management and place communities at the center of decision-making processes. At SARA, we firmly believe that heritage cannot be separated from the people to whom it belongs. Community participation is therefore not optional, it is essential. The voices, values, customs, and spiritual beliefs of descendant communities must guide how cultural property and ancestral remains are identified, interpreted, conserved, and ultimately returned. Today's seminar provides an invaluable platform for honest engagement, collaboration, and reflection. It allows us to exchange practical experiences, discuss policy and legal frameworks, share successes and challenges, and identify innovative approaches to international cooperation. Importantly, it also strengthens solidarity among countries of the Global South as we work collectively toward more ethical and inclusive heritage practices. We are
Oh, okay. Let's give a hand. Let's give a hand. You have been welcomed already, and I don't want to take a lot of time. I would like to recognize the executive officer responsible for heritage resources management at SARA, Komi Nkasi Lesawa, to come and give us a sense of what the purpose of the session is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndati Mokoena, and thank you for saying yes when we requested you to program direct. It's a classic case of delegating to your boss. So thank you very much. Good morning to you all this morning for making time to be here. It is a session that has been in planning for most of April, Mamo, and it came as a request from Colombia, saying they really would like to come and learn from South Africa, and maybe they would continue with other African countries, but they started here. In September last year, they hosted a forum on knowledge exchange that some of the African countries, including ourselves, participated in. It was held in Bogota and San Agustin. And Melissa will show you some of those places in her presentation. But the purpose really, as clear as it is for us to engage. You have a number of SARA professionals in here, IZICO professionals. We will be showcasing some of the projects or cases we undertook that we hope will demonstrate the work that's been done in South Africa. We have, I think, the privilege of Professor Siraj being here. He has been traveling regarding this subject around the world, and we will learn from his travels what's going on. And colleagues, let's engage and engage openly. Feel free. We don't have translators, but feel free if you need to speak in your language, do so, but don't lose us then in translation. But please feel free to engage openly. That is the purpose of today. As much as possible, to enable our counterparts from Colombia to gain from these experiences. If I can orientate you a little bit, you were in the center, of almost central part of the country. It says it's the economic hub, Gauteng, where you were for the past 3 days, and you saw some sites there. So at the moment, you are at the southern end of Africa, but you are also at the very southern province of our country, the Western Cape. If you researched us, you will know we very big country with 9 provinces, and so you have. I think you went to northwest when you went to Pilanesberg the morning of yesterday. So you touched a little bit of another province there. We hope you can visit South Africa more to experience our really rich cultural heritage and natural beauty as well. Colleagues, please do engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oskomi, for clarify the purpose of the session. We will be taking several presentations since this is a seminar intended to ensure that we exchange as much as possible with regard to information. So the first presentation will be done by a team from the South African Heritage Resource Agency, and the presentation pertains to the case of the return of the Zimbabwe soapstone, the processing of the requests for repatriation within the context of the law. And then it will be presented by a team, which means you will expect the first person to do a part and another do another part and the like, unless if that arrangement is changed. But there is a team that is going to do the presentation. And then after that, we will open for question and answer session so that we make the session sort of a discussion. And I'm not so sure as to whether it is Mafutsa Nyana who's taking the presentation. Can the team from Sarah? Can we give them a hand? Thank you.
Wait, how long with this? Got you. Okay, cool. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lomile Mufutanyana. This morning, myself from the Heritage Objects Unit, together with our my 2 colleagues from the legal unit, we will be contributing to the discussion that has been taking place for the past 3 days. And our contribution is related to a case on returning the soapstone bird, and primarily some of the considerations we had to deliberate over in processing this particular request, and doing so within the legal prescripts. So everything started, at least procedurally, on the 8th of July 2025, where the South African government received a formal diplomatic communication from the Zimbabwean government, wherein the National Museums and Monuments of Zimbabwe, through its ministry, requested for the return of the Zimbabwean soapstone bird, which is part of the Restituion collection. The Restituion collection, estate, pardon. The Restituion estate was acquired by Cecil John Rhodes in 1893. The estate is located in Rondebosch, Cape Town, and consists of a granary, which was later renovated into a manor house, the surrounding stretch of land from the slopes of Devil's Peak to the farming reserves, and the contents of the manor house. Upon his death, Cecil John Rhodes bequeathed the estate to his trustees for it to be used by prime ministers of the federal government of the states of South Africa. And in 1910, this last will and testament was codified into law, which surrendered the estate itself into the custody of the Union of or Union government, which was later then amended to then preside under the custody of the President of South Africa. So, in tandem, another aspect then is this request is coming from the government of Zimbabwe, and it is concerning the Zimbabwe soapstone bird. And so the questions then ask, where does this bird that ended up in this estate come from? Or how did it even get to that point? And so some archival records and some ethnographic accounts, if you will, show that Willie Pusselt was the first one to actually go into Great Zimbabwe at the enclosure, precisely recorded around 1889, where he first found the first four birds from the eastern enclosure of the Great Zimbabwe settlement. Despite the protests of the local Shona people within the area, he did cut them out, including some of the columns, and stored them in what he considered was a secure place. Of these particular birds, some ended up in this very museum that we are in, which is the South African, at the time it was called the National Museum of South Africa. Now we call it Iziko Museums of South Africa. And but one of the birds then resided in Cecil John Rhodes' estate, and where it remained while it was in South Africa. So now, with that context, we now look at the Restituion collection itself. The Restituion collection was declared in 1997 under the National Monuments Act. And this declaration was in honoring the significance, which was identified to be a cultural history collection, which was accounting for its uniqueness, diversity, and history. The collection consists of furniture, clocks, porcelain, ceramics, silver, brass. Really, it aims to encapsulate the life of Rhodes at some point or another, together with the occupants of the house. You may recall in the beginning of the presentation, I did say that part of the bequeathment from Rhodes was that the estate would then be used by prime ministers and presidents. And so with each one that occupied the estate at a point in time during their tenure did add a flair, if you will, into the house. And so some of these then did find passage into being echoed as part of that particular collection. And similarly, then the soapstone bird was then part of this collection. And in '97, Sarah's predecessor, the National Monuments Council, declared it as a specifically declared collection. Um, and then later, the house, once it was no longer declared a residence for the heads of state of South Africa, it then operated as a museum under the custodianship of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And so with this, then there were two legislations or pieces of legislations at play, one being the NARA, which as part of its mandate is aimed at regulating the movement of heritage objects across the South African border, but also the Rhodes Will, which has very distinctive or specific proclamations against alienation or dispersion of any kind of this particular collection. And therein lied our biggest conundrum on how do we deal with this. Because now you have a will that has been taken up as law of the land, and then you have the NARA that then still facilitates or provides for an enabling environment where you can return objects that were illicitly trafficked, or those that have a bona fide claim of restitution and repatriation. So just the legal framework, then we had to look at the first one being the NARA. SARA is the statutory body established in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act. In short, we refer to it as the NARA. And its mandate is to identify, manage, protect, preserve, and conserve heritage resources of national significance. And this is directly, and part of these heritage resources include heritage objects, which is stipulated under Section 32 of the NARA. So Section 32 makes provision for declaration of these objects by formal protection, but also it makes provision for amending or withdrawal of said declaration or formal recognitions. It is also important to note that all heritage legislations before 1999 were repealed by this particular act. And so particularly heritage collections that were declared under previous legislations are recognized as specifically declared collection and therefore fall within the purview of the current legislation. Another part of the Act to consider is Section 41 of the Act, which speaks directly to restitution of cultural property. Section 41 provides for the restitution of movable heritage objects, which form part of the national estate. Particularly in terms of the Act, it states that all objects that are curated by a publicly funded institution, such as the Goedeskeur, can form part of this process, and a formal claim can be laid for repatriation. And this particular act also then empowers the Minister of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to then determine the conditions in which this claim can be made. And this is where that term bona fide then comes in. Other provisions that were considered and was the the 1970 UNESCO Convention, which really just echoes the existing legislations and policies that we already have in place, which facilitates or encourages and provides for a background for that exchange between nations and where there are bona fide claims for that to take place. So there is that alignment in terms of the NARA in that respect. Just to touch on this particular policy, though it is not elaborate in terms of heritage objects, and this is the 2021 National Policy on restitution of human remains and heritage objects. The policy, its spirit is aimed at facilitating the return of objects, but more so it looks at the inverse where we are receiving things. And so it would have been then the first instance where then South Africa undertakes a repatriation and restitution process of heritage objects within the country, then going out. And so underscoring a myriad of what I've already highlighted previously. And then came the headache that we were all trying to grapple with. So the Rhodes Act, which was his last will and testament, the purpose of that act was to make provision for the Grooteskeur estate to be surrendered to the state and confers the powers on the estate to the president to make determinations regarding its use and management. And so essentially, this removed the estate from the realm of private control and made it into public law and governance rather than a private inheritance law. And what was quite essential for us was how this was being interpreted in terms of how it then translates to procedure as we move forward. And so it was quite important, and this was emphasized throughout our engagements by our legal colleagues, that the interpretation of that act and will must be through the prism of constitutionality and public principles, and that while it's not and that but it is limited in instances where where it does contravene public policy. And so the legalities or the procedure forward was that pardon, the Grooteskeur collection, it was clear that the Grooteskeur collection has a dual legal consideration, and where procedures required a multi-staged approach, with the first one considering de-accessioning of the Zimbabwe soapstone bird under the care of DPWI, and where that process needs to then come to SARA, and then for SARA to consider its approval for dispersion. And thereafter, for SARA to interpret this purview within the confines of Section 41, together with Section 32. So as part of this process, the SARA Council formally approved the proposal for the amendment of the Gazette, and in doing so, initiated the legal processes necessary for the return of the bird in alignment with the NARA, the UNESCO conventions, and the Constitution of the Republic. And to complete this process and in line with Section 32(4) of the NARA, the minister was then requested to consent to the amendment of the status of the collection. And so the process then, by that understanding and that legal background, was then confined to the processes before you. In first noting all of the legislative principles, all of the legislative mechanisms that enable us to undertake this particular return, but then also in noting what then is triggered legislatively. So you had Section 9 of the NARA being triggered in terms of deaccessioning and for public entities to then report this process to SARA. You had Section 32(13) of the NARA also being triggered because that is the activating tool to make provision for dispersal of specifically declared collection. You had Section 32(4), which allowed for the amendment of said declarations. You had Section 41, which allowed for public institutions to return items and to take in claims. Then you also looked at Section 32(19), which then allowed for exports of approved objects, approved objects with a permit from South Africa. So what then happened after all of this? So while the NARA was still enabling for this return to take place, it was still not possible through the previously stipulated process because the will is still standing and that will is being taken into law. And now the biggest question was, do we wait until the law is amended? How long will that take? Or do we find mechanisms around making that work? So it took various work streams, intergovernmental streams, together with DPWI, DSAC, SARA, Department of Justice, DERCO, and the like, for us to sort of figure this map out. And DSEC was quite actioning towards giving us a way forward. And so the solution was to facilitate the return of this bird through a temporary export permit and an agreement until such time that the 1910 Act can be addressed. And this then reduced majority of the processes, primarily around Section 32(19), and that's where that procedure then went forward. So through that, the Minister of DSEC then invoked Section 10 of the Cultural Institution Act, which then placed the bird under the custody of Iziko museums, allowing for Iziko museums to enter into an agreement with the National Monuments and Museums of Zimbabwe. Through that agreement, then there was a SARA then undertook a assessment of the application process, and a temporary export permit for the bird was issued on the 28th of March 2026. However, it is a temporary permit, which means that it only has a certain period of validity. And at present, this temporary, this period is until 2028, which leaves us with some options to consider while this 1910 Act is being deliberated through the various and appropriate channels, is either extend this permit each time it comes to closer to that date, or amend it to a permanent export once the legislation or the legal environment is enabling. And so that is the two options that we are facing now, where it's in Zimbabwe currently, but under a temporary permit. And certain mechanisms, forums, and measures now need to start mobilizing to try and address this matter that is tied by this law, that is a will, etc., etc. Alongside that, Iziko also permanently exported a soapstone plinth um, that went along with the bird. And at some point during the technical visit by the Zimbabwean colleagues, they also identified a monolith at the Hutaskir house that also was permanently exported. And this identification was through physical evidence and matching of engravings between Tessa, I hope I'm saying the right word, plinth that was pillar, pardon, pillar that was here at Iziko, and just in the matrix and the composition of how it was, then they were able to do those matching. But very important to still note that while this temporary export was facilitated, there's still a big process that is still underway, that is still need to be taken. And this is an internal process that happens within SARA. So noting that we've passed the application stage and more or less are grappling with the assessment, we are now need to move into the public notification. And this is towards amending the declaration that was done under the NARA. Now, it's important for me to make this distinction that it's not necessarily us amending the 1910 Act, no. This is us amending the Gazette that declared the collection a national heritage, a national resource, to say that it now excludes the bird and other identified objects of origin to Great Zimbabwe. And this is part of us then providing an enabling environment such that when it does come to the point of amending the 1910 Act, there isn't any stumbling blocks, etc. So this process currently sits in between assessment and, and public notification, where the public notification process is yet to come. And some of the reasons for this, as you can see, is either when a heritage object is in a deteriorated state, and in our case, where it has been repatriated or is to be repatriated. So all this said to say that on the 15th of April, a very beautiful handover of the soapstone bird and the pillar together with the fragment were handed over to the Zimbabwean government, and the South African delegation was headed by Minister Mackenzie, and that was received by the Ministry of Culture in Zimbabwe, of course, then being presided over by the president. And that was that beautiful ceremony that took place there, and that being honored by the president, Mnangagwa. So what are some of the lessons or some of the takeaways at this point, right? So that was to say that the return of heritage objects does require navigating overlaps of frameworks, and particularly because of the contentions around some of these objects and where they end up and how they end up in some of our institutions, and really just the legalities around them. very important to me and my colleagues was that there needed to be clear custodial responsibility to avoid delays and accountability. We were in many meetings arguing any and everything from custodian to who's responsible, to which department needs to be actioning, to which legal prescripts are actually applicable. And so it then became quite important that for everyone with a heritage object in their office, in your basement, in your storage, whether you know it or not, whether you're a university, a museum, a department, it's important to know what you have, where it comes from, and it's important to then make it part of your business, to actually understand your heritage. This makes such processes a lot easier, but also it also enriches the national estate. And it was also glaring that identification of heritage objects for return does require evidence-based provenance verification. Unfortunately, provenance verification is quite difficult. Some things do come in people's bags. No one knows how it ended up where, but where possible, this is something that really can assist us to also be very proactive as institutions. This also was a first of its kind, and it set a precedent for future returns of heritage objects to other countries, and for South Africans and South African departments to be agents of that process and transformation. Also, it was important, it emphasized the importance of aligned legislations and policies together with conventions. That makes for an easier process. But I think most important to us was that temporary export permits and loan agreements can serve as interim solutions while legislative reforms are pending. I think that was the biggest takeaway for us. Um, and that cooperation between ministries, heritage agencies, museums, um, and that collaborative effort ensures smoother processes as you proceed. And on that note, I thank you for our handover to my colleague. Tessa, I don't know if Tessa's gonna come. Was she possible? Yes, Tessa.
Let's give another round of applause. Very substantive and yet clear, straightforward presentation on the process outline, largely. I understand there's another speaker supposed to come in on that. If you can, let's give a hand, please.
Oh, okay. Let me just get.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tessa. I'm the Chief Collections Manager for Social History and Art at the Ezekiel Museums of South Africa. So this presentation follows on Leomele's directly. Once all of what she just presented took place, it was now time for us to do the actual repatriation And so this is what my presentation is about. So firstly, collections management and conservation still applies, but it differs in the following ways. With regards to human remains, it was the accession in 2012. It is excluded from the audit of heritage assets. No condition reports are required, but assessing the collection is only allowed by Iziko conservators, the community and the countries to which it belongs. So it was very important for us to rehumanize ancestral remains and not disregarding other attempts made by Iziko previously with regards to how our attempts at rehumanization from a collections management point of view are the following. We restrict access to the ancestral remains store as well as the casts. No images are allowed of the ancestral remains to be viewed by the public on all platforms. And only the Iziko Ancestral Remains Task Team has access to and is allowed to handle the remains as well as the Iziko conservators. Remains are handled with the utmost care and humility. So the two examples that I will go through is the Northern Cape reburial. So, for example, there the recoffining was led by the task team. Access was restricted, and no professional photographers were allowed. This happened. So let me explain. The ancestral remains are stored in this building, and it is packed in a specific way to best preserve the remains, and then it is then placed in a box. So when I say recoffining, I mean that these remains were removed and then placed in coffins by the task team, and those they allowed to assist with the process. Then, with the repatriation of the Zimbabwean human ancestral remains, only the Zimbabwe technical team from the National Museum and Monuments of Zimbabwe assessed the remains in a researcher's room with restricted access. The process of repatriation and reburial, it is vitally important that availability and access to all information and research upon the request is provided and made available in advance. And we have some examples of this. Namibia, for example, we've had various visits and also some at that time from the Namibian Museums Association, but I think he's with another, where's Tudor now? I can't remember. But he spent quite a significant amount of time with us going through the collections that we had from Namibia. So we made available high resolution scans of the accession registers relating to the particular country or the particular area. Catalog cards were made available. Excel spreadsheets that we've created and where we have populated it with the information from the accession registers, and then also any further research that may have been done on said object, we make available. The curators also assist with this as they remember that there were previous exhibitions that had held some of these collections, catalogs that we have in our reference libraries, articles, etc. And all of those we freely and, we're happy to make them aware of it if it's available online, or give it in hard copy or make a copy. Then the community engagement, local and international, will be presented by my esteemed colleague later on. So after all of that, and the completion of all relevant documentation and processes, being de-accessioning, permitting, meaning SARA applications from EZICO, applying to SARA, and the condition assessment. The responsibility of the collections, and this is the responsibility of the collections and conservation staff. And then also the task team. So I don't want to sound like I'm excluding curators in this in this process. The completion of the relevant documentation by other departments within EZICO, and then also other government departments. So once all of that has been done and signed, and everyone, and then we then start with our practical processes of preparing for send-offs. So this is an image of the coffins. So I'll start with the Northern Cape. So SARA provided the coffins, as well as these awesome, beautiful hearses. And then the new cemetery, finally at home at Kinderley. So you'll see some of these images. This was taken last week when we went back to check after all of the rain, to check how the graves were doing, how the site was managing, yeah, so this is the most recent one. And those of you who hasn't been to Kinderley, this is the monument. So the graves are next to this monument, and this is where the 32 children has been laid to rest. And we always acknowledge them and speak to them when we are there. And this is just simply a picture that I took last week that I thought was quite beautiful, because I've been in the Northern Cape a lot. Yeah. So then moving on to the preparation for the send-off of the Zimbabwe repatriation of the objects. So this is what Leomelia was referring to. As you can see in the middle picture, that is the pillar. And obviously on my left is the soapstone bird. In the middle is the pillar. And on the right, it is what they call the monolith. But we only found out the Friday before we left that is actually the part that was cut off. And this was done to other pillars as well. And then the CEO of the museum, when they went to Grooteskuur in the bedroom, it's actually displayed there. So we found this out quite late in the process of the repatriation of the rest. So the packing process this was the only specifications that Zimbabwe provided to EZICO. And it's quite interesting how they've done it, and making it ready for transportation. Yeah, so they cut out, as you can see, and then stacked up the I can't remember the word. Not foam. Thank you. The foam, and then also the outside of, you can see the box. The crate is also padded. That is the soapstone bird, and then this is the packing of the pillar. And then lastly, the packaging of the of the piece that belongs to the pillar. Then preparation for the send-off with the Zimbabwean ancestral remains. This is what I mentioned earlier in the researchers' room. I've blocked out the human remains because I said we are not allowed to show them. That belongs to Ezekiel. And so the team, the technical team from the museums came, and those boxes behind Norma, as you can see there, they worked on. Then these are the crates that were made for the human remains. And then this is then the coffins. And so it was very interesting with Zimbabwe, and it's very different. And I think I wanted to raise this at this point, in that in this slide you will see that those coffins then were then placed in the hearses. This is at the airport at Harare, in Harare. That when we were planning the send-off of Zimbabwe, all they wanted was, they made it very clear that no spiritual rituals will take place in South Africa. All of that will be done in Zimbabwe. So because the remains needs to be, the ancestral remains needs to be at home. So there was, I was there, I took these pics, and so what happened was, and I should have, I think I've got a video of it, which was so different from the Northern Cape one, was that the human remains was taken by the army, and they went to a different place, and we were not allowed to go with we were not part of the rituals and the laying to rest of the Zimbabwe human remains. This is very different to the process with the Northern Cape. But however, our Dr. Ndlovu made it very clear that rehumanization of these remains begins at Ezekiel. So we said to them that there's no way that we will place remains in crates and get a courier and take it to the airport, and that's that. That Ezekiel, I think he made it clear that we have the responsibility of showing that through the dignified and respectful send-offs, that is what we will do. And we communicated that to Zimbabwe, and they were fine. And no crates will be made, visible to the public. And then later on, they then, because I asked them, can we cover the coffins with not the coffins? I was asked if we could cover the crates of the soapstone bird and the pillar in black cloth, because we just don't want it to, just the crate. And at the end, they brought enough Zimbabwean flags to drape over the crates of the soapstone bird and of the remains. So then, as I said, they also had hearses, so the process continued. And of course, you'll see many of these pictures a lot today. That's the handover. The president it was a very beautiful ceremony. The president was visibly emotional when he was speaking. It was a privilege to be there. And so, lessons learned thus far. Research by the community and delegations from the countries prior to the repatriation is vital. Complete transparency by Ezekiel and all museums embarking on repatriation it's really key. All role players need to be on board and understand their roles and responsibilities. I can go into much detail about all of the challenges that we've had with both Northern Cape and Zimbabwe. But yeah, we must get over our trauma. Because it's the first time that we are doing what we are doing, the responsibility, the lines are not like really clear as to where Ezeko's responsibility ends and Sarah's begin, or the other way around. And then also what is a challenge is the time, and sufficient time we need sufficient time to plan and to execute a dignified and respectful repatriation, especially reburials. And we've had the challenges of time, and where dates were communicated within higher government departments, with DIRCO, or with president's office or minister, and then the dates changed, and we have to do all of these, and we can't prepare if we don't have a date. Going forward, we would those of us soldiers on the ground will plead with higher powers for them to give us a date to work towards, so that we can prevent all of the challenges that we've faced thus far. However, having said that, we as Ezeko and Sarah has done what we were mandated to do, and I think that it was done in a dignified and respectful manner. And with that, I thank you. I don't know who is next. Yes, I don't know who is next on the program.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause again. So we're done on the presentation. Okay. Just a brief comment. Maybe let me appreciate the presentations done. One on the legal side of things and the processes, how they were handled, national legislation, policies, and then international instruments, how these were pulled together, including dealing with the roads issue and the wheel, how they pulled together. On the other side, the process in terms of packaging, deaccessioning, and preparations for transition, and then reception on the other side. Thank you very much for the clarification that came through the presentations. I'm not going to take a lot of time. We've already lost about 30 minutes by starting late. So you will bear with me. I'm going to open the discussion for this question and answers. And then from there, I will also try and restrict the questions and answers. I'm not saying don't ask. So I'll give ourselves about 5 to 7 minutes to kick off the whole thing and see how we can wrap it. With those words, the floor is open for questions on both presentations. Questions of clarity and comments. You are noted.
Thank you. I just have a question about the public participation process. Oh, thank you. The public participation process that was followed prior to the reburial, and the extent to which it was something that you had to learn, or whether it was something prescribed to you, and how you would recommend others undertake that.
Maybe before the question, are you addressing it to Sarah or to Ezeko?
To, I suppose, the team.
Okay. Public participation. Second question.
Hi, I didn't really get the process from Iziko. Tessa mentioned that the Zimbabwean team felt that there are no rituals that they were going to perform here, right? But they would perform them in Zimbabwe. And yet at the same time, the CEO of Iziko wanted to do something as a gesture of rehumanizing the artifact. This is quite interesting to me because of the uncertainties, because not really knowing what to do. What did you really do? I'm interested in that aspect. Were there some the standard operating procedures or anything that you to practicalize the aspect of wanting to rehumanize? I want to think that there is no policy or procedures in place which gives an opportunity to come up with something that can be replicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the question in reality is on the processes for rehumanization, and then whether there are policy processes, there are policies guiding that, and how it was handled.
Yeah, I understand the aspect about coffins, but now they have to take them away.
Okay.
And you feel that there must be some sort of a ceremony or function, what really happened.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? I'm taking. Yes, ma'am.
No, from Sarah, that once the objects have been sent out of the country to another side of the country, who is taking the responsibility? Because when they are on this side, they are responsible for that to take care. But when it gets to the other side, who's responsible for that? Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Your question deals with once you have released them from South Africa, who takes care on the other side on the basis of what instruments, I assume. Let's take answers for these questions.
I'll answer I'll touch a little bit on public participation. Then I'll answer on that other aspect. So in terms of processing applications, when it comes to such requests or requests, at least let me confine it to this request, it is usually understood by principle that before you even undertake or consider an application to SARA, you as the institution or the owner of said object would have consulted with your respective constituencies. And often this can form part of the application process where we can then request for responses from some of your constituencies and bodies. So SARA itself, unless for very specific provisions and cases, does not undertake public participation processes for cases. However, with processing applications, we do convene appeals or consult with knowledgeable persons on subject matters, and that forms part. While we do take those under consideration, SARA is still autonomous within its decision making, but we do try and consult and verify as much as possible and within our resources. Now, to the second question on who takes care once they are on the other side. There's various ways to address this. I'll start with the case at hand. Because it's a temporary loan, it is understood that the permit holder will be the one that understands the conditions and upholds the conditions of said permit. In this case, the permit holder is Iziko. And that's why that loan agreement was very important, because the conditions within that loan agreement needed to accommodate for various possibilities that may arise. Now, of course, with this case, it does mean that at some point that loan agreement may fall away, and obviously that is as per outlined there. It's very different for permanent ones. Permanent, it means that you've totally relinquished ownership or any management oversight over it. So whoever who's now the custodian on the other side then bears that particular responsibility. So it does depend on the type of case that you are dealing with.
Thank you. Perhaps before she takes on the public participation, the engagement, there's some area where I thought I couldn't get the clarity. Is it a requirement that somebody who applies, the applicant, need to, within the application, state whether they have engaged with the relevant? Just clarify how that happens.
Yes, sir. So with state entities, for example, prior to carrying out your alienation process or your de-accessioning process, there would be an application under Section 9 of the NARA that would have to come to SARA. And that the outcome of that particular application are recommendations from SARA on actions to put forward, given the proposal against that particular object. So for example, you want to return this object. What do I do now? This is what I'm proposing. These are the mechanisms that I have in place. Part of that would be the recommendation to say you need to consult with your constituencies. You need to also show evidence to SARA who those constituencies are, or some responses to certain aspects of the methodology you are considering for that alienation. So there is that provision there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Davis, on the issue of rehumanizing and the policy aspects.
Thank you for that question. As this is the second repatriation that we have done, there is no policy guidelines. We've done it in a particular way. So I can almost say a standard has been set with the Northern Cape. And so when we do repatriations, it will be done with dignity and respect and humility. As I said, no remains or objects will just leave in a courier in a box and leave. So that's why I said that the rehumanizing begins here. It starts here, where we restrict access and we don't allow photography of the remains. It is up to Zimbabwe. Okay, so this is also the issue of where Iziko's responsibility ends. So our responsibility ends when it is packed into an airplane or a bus and then leaves the country. In this case, it was a very small jet. And once it is then it is the sole responsibility of Zimbabwe, and they follow then the like I said, the rituals that was done, and we were not part of that. And that was made clear to us from the beginning. The Northern Cape is very different. That's a completely different where the rituals were, but Annalise will expand on that. And then the other question with regards to community engagement, Annalise will also do her presentation is on exactly that. So that's why I just made it as I highlighted it, that took place, but then Annalise will expand more on that. I think that was it. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Is there any follow-up on this? Because I need to dispose of the questions. Are all the questions answered? Yeah.
I don't know. I just want to ask another question. I don't know whether I'm right to ask.
Okay, it's fine.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I want to come back to Sarah. Hence, I'm coming from this institution is the Western Cape Archives and Record Services. So actually, we don't deal with the objects, but we deal with the records. And I'm sure that the act that you raised now today for the Sarah Act is also applicable to archival records. And then we did have a case whereby the records that were created for the Cape Colony and the records that were including the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, plus the Western Cape were all being kept under the Western Cape province. So there is this archives that we have. But as the time goes by, after the 1994, so all the archives were allowed to have their own legislations and the archives in the provinces. Okay, so where I'm coming now from is that I want to ask a question because it happens that Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, they requested the records back to the Eastern Cape that were created in those provinces. Nah. So, and then the issue of repatriation then came to the process. I know the process, yes, we did follow the process, and not really sure whether but I think we followed most of the processes. And then we went to evaluate the institution itself in the Eastern Cape, following all the processes that we were supposed to do. And then in terms of the legislation that we consulted the SARA and all other legislations, we found that they don't qualify to receive the records as yet because of the environment and then the storage facilities that they have and everything, even the capacity and also the experience of people that have to deal with such records. So, and then at the end of the day, records were not repatriated after we drafted the report. But now, then we had a discussion to say we can be able to provide some digitized images for these provinces because they are not ready. So where my question comes now is that I saw that you indicated the Act 1910 Act and the amendment of the Act should we need to have a permanent repatriation issue. Even if now in your case we're referring to the objects. Now I'm just taking it in terms of the archives. Should we apply that? If it might happen, I want to know whether, if in the case of the records, should the Eastern Cape be ready and the Eastern Cape request again these records? Do you think this act, we need to wait for this act? Or is there any other legislation that might cover the archives except for this one? Because in our case, for this object or heritage, I don't see it in terms of our act. And then the second thing that was also a question on our side is the security of the records. Not there, not on this side. Hence, we follow the processes, but when the records are traveling from here to another province, What are the security measures based on that? If you can just assist us, thank you very much.
Yeah, the question was a bit longer. I think in essence, there are two issues. I think in essence, there are two issues here, which you asked him before. I'm trying to clarify the question. Number one is the readiness of the recipient institution in receiving the cultural object. For instance, we're moving something from South Africa to Zimbabwe. To what extent do we test whether they are ready to receive that in a safer environment? I think that's the first part. And in her case, it's Eastern Cape versus Western Cape. For Western Cape to release, they need to determine, to establish whether the Eastern Cape was ready actually. Do they have the facility to be able to manage this thing? I think that's the first part. The second part is the security aspect. Do you want to tackle that? If Leomile can deal with it, if not, if you can assist.
No, I will add more fuel in the fire.
Leomile, do you want the fuel to be added on the fire first before you answer?
Okay, sure. I'm not sure.
Just
it's fine.
it's actually two issues. The one, it seems to me there needs to be two different sets of SOPs, standard operation processes for inpatriation and for outpatriation. That's the one point that I want to make. The second one, this thing of the records is also a very contentious issue because it also can put us in a very difficult position because many of these stolen artifacts in Western museums, they use that argument. You're not ready to receive it because you don't have climatic conditions, you don't have policies, you don't have buildings, and then they diminish our argument. So we must be careful how we deal with the issue. But you are easier because you can digitize, but it's difficult to digitize that bird. You can, but people want to see the physical bird. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Leomile.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin. I think that's where I was going to, right? In terms of from our country outwards, I think we need to exercise that care. I think there was the Shilubani objects that came that was discussed, I think, on Tuesday. And in that, South Africa was pretty adamant that you can't put measures on us. So I think in turn, we do not want to limit people, other countries on how they want to receive or store or even utilize those objects. I think, and perhaps maybe Dr. Rasul will touch on it. It's what the discourse is when it comes to restitution and handling that. But in-house, little bit, I hold a slightly different view. And this is because of how SARA has been handling conservation management issues, right? Because internally, so firstly, just on aspects of the legislation, the NARA does not speak to regulating of movement of objects within the country, right? Second aspect, archival records are covered by the NARA, but it does emphasize that this must be taken together with consideration on the legislation of archival records. So you can't just look at the NARA alone. You do need to do the balancing act of all those provisions and the legal prescripts that come out of it. But how SARA has been enforcing conservation management on state entities outside of museums, because there's a natural assumption that museums are equipped with that and from that specialist point of view. But in working with other entities, it has been on a question of security. It has been on a question of environmental controls. And if objects are in those in the necessary conditions. And I think it's not a stretch to have that expectation in-house. It just sets for a better precedent on how we care for our national estate. And so it wasn't out of the question to have that. But I do think that someone once threw the term sustainable heritage in my face. And Prof is laughing because he gave me training on that. But, you know, state entities do have to grapple with sustainable heritage. And this is part of that conversation where entities are having to now start grappling with, do I take that, find a conservator to remedy that, or do I keep the lights on? Or do I have to pay salaries? And you do see a huge decline in repositories of of state entities with heritage objects, and that's because they often need to grapple with this term. However, it's not a stretch to expect that. I honestly do not think that it is not a stretch at all to say, get your house in order. Once you do have your house in order, then we can get you those objects. And that's because heritage objects are finite resources. Once that record is gone, it's gone. You never get it back. And so that precaution always needs to be exercised, at least within South Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know whether we still have any other question. I would give only 2 minutes if there is any. Yes. Identify yourself and comment.
I am Advocate Banele Kwele. I'm a legal officer at SARA. I'm surprised this didn't come up as a question. But I would like to emphasize the significance actually of this repatriation and restitution case that Leomile just presented on. It's the first of its kind in our country. With all of the restitutions that have happened in South Africa, we were the ones who were receiving what was owed to us or belonged to us. And this is a big milestone, not only for SARA and IZICO and all other institutions that are involved. It's as a country. It's a first of its kind. Hence, maybe you may have picked up when Leomile was presenting that there were a lot of discussions that went into this process. But what I also want to emphasize is the fact that commend SARA and IZICO and all other institutions that were involved in this process, and also highlight the weight and significance of our constitution. Our constitution has come under fire for many different reasons. But when it comes to heritage, repatriations, restorations of our human dignities that were, things that were a result of past colonial transgressions. And when we're talking about our constitution and the underlying principles of our constitution, in our preamble, it says that we recognize the injustices of the past. And if you also look at the UNESCO convention that was mentioned here, it's aligned to our constitution. And the big thing about it, and what is a takeaway, is the importance of this process of restoration. And just for me to say that we recognize the significance of this particular case as a very first in this country. And congratulations to SARA and IZICO and everyone else who was involved in this process. It hasn't been finalized in terms of the legal considerations. It's still with the Office of the Presidency. But we are hoping to see a positive and commendable effort right up to the level of the presidency, and to recognize the big step that South Africa has taken in aligning ourselves with the values enshrined in the Bill of Rights of our Constitution and our Constitution itself. So yes, thank you.
So thank you very much for that input, especially on the legal side of issues. I think maybe we should have also added congratulations to South Africa and Zimbabwe. Really, on a serious note, there are certain things that when we discuss a heritage, we normally leave aside by accident. One of those is that a sizable number of our countries, especially ours and Zimbabwe, we have a common colonial heritage. And then South Africa in particular received the negative side of it, in the sense that this is the country where colonization stood for a very long time, if we include apartheid. And in the process of that, we have quite a number of objects that would have been snatched from different countries and brought into our country. So it has been bequeathed unto the current democratic government of South Africa to deal with the sins created by both apartheid and colonization. And one of them is in the arena of cultural objects. So the fact that South Africa and Zimbabwe were able to find a solution in, although temporary, in ensuring that Zimbabweans get the stone back and the human remains is a major issue from where I stand. It indicates that we almost fell into the trap of being identified with the colonizer, in the sense that we are still keeping other people's stuff. But it's good that a solution was actually found, and I'm hoping that it will be found with other countries, so that we don't find ourselves looking like we're the colonizer. So congratulations to Zimbabwe and South Africa. I think we have exhausted this topic. I really think time is it's not on our side. To close it off, can we just give all who presented and who raised issues a hand? And then thank you, Leomile, and thank you, Ms. Davids. Much appreciated. We're going into the next session. I had hoped that we will be detained on this session for a long time, primarily because we are dealing with something slightly different rather than just process. However, let's see how we can go. This part will be dealing with restitution as a methodology, reflection on global perspective. And then that will be followed by the question and answers and the screening. The person who will be actually helping us to do that to address that is Professor Siraj Rasool. I don't know why, maybe it's because of working for the provincial government before as a director some many years ago. Every time when he says Rasool, there's the Ibrahim part. So now sometimes when I'm supposed to be introducing Siraj Rasool, in my mind there is an Ibrahim, the former premier. But nonetheless, it is not the former premier who will be speaking. The person who will be addressing us is Professor Siraj Rasool. I had a great opportunity to interact with Professor Rasool on many forums. I'm not easy to be convinced, but I can say Siraj Rasool is a solid when it comes to issues of history, heritage, especially the intellectual aspect of it and the research aspects. There's no doubt in my heart about that. Just a brief resume. I will not take your time. Professor Rasool is a senior professor at the Department of Historical Studies at the University of the Western Cape, here in South Africa. and a director of African Program in Museum and Heritage Studies. He has published widely on changing old museums and making new museums, race in museums, restitution, political movements, and politics of non-racialism. He served on the board of the District 6 Museum and of Iziko Museum of South Africa. Also served as a chairperson for both institutions. In addition to that, is a member of the South African National Advisory Board for Restitution and Repatriation. He was a principal investigator on the international research project, Action for Restitution to Africa, and Reconnecting Objects, Epistemic Plurality and Transformative Practices in and Beyond Museums, and a critical friend of Presimeter. He is a co-investigator at the Canadian-based international project. In addition to those, I remember very well that Professor Rasul was once a council member of SARA. And when he was a council member of SARA, I was an employee at SARA. So he was once my boss. So as I stated earlier, he's a deeply researched African intellectual. And with those words, Professor Rasul, if you can come and address us. Thank you.
I don't know if I'm going to get another opportunity to say this, but Professor Rasul made me fall in love with history when I was traumatized at Stellenbosch University. And yeah, he's the reason why I'm one of the persons, or many others, are the reason why I do what I do and where I am. So he's means a great deal to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Mokoena, and to Tessa Davids as well. Let me greet all colleagues who are present, some of whom are my former students, and to say that it's interesting to think about South Africa and Colombia together. Calvin Gilfillan will be interested in these issues. There aren't many countries in the world that are bordered by two separate oceans. Colombia is one of them. South Africa is one of them. One of the sad issues in my life is that one time, maybe 12, 13 years ago, the then Department of Arts and Culture requested me to go to a meeting of the UNESCO Slave Routes Project in Cartagena. And unfortunately, I was never able to go, but I wasn't able to go because I had to do something else. But Cartagena was, of course, you can think of it as Colombia's Cape Town, because our two cities are profoundly affected by the history of slavery. And if you haven't been to the castle, I urge you to visit. And I also urge you to visit the slave lodge. Yeah. I did have the opportunity to, in a much earlier time, to go to Bogota. I was invited by after apartheid and after colonialism. We had two major instruments, one of which was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And you had the opportunity, as I understand from the program, to meet with our colleagues from the Missing Persons Task Team. Also with participation by one of my former students, Madeleine Fullard, and a former colleague at UWC in our department. And in my view, the Missing Persons Task Team is the most important, most productive, and most positive outcome in the aftermath of the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Because as you will have heard, we've had a lot of difficulty. We have an inquiry that is on the go at the moment because a lot of the way in which we've dealt with the findings of the TRC has not been very productive for our society at all. And so the reconciliation and the coming to terms with violence has actually not really been able to take place because of the failures to deal with the findings. But the work that has happened of finding the remains of people who were murdered and mutilated under apartheid, and to reconnect the fragments of those dead ancestors with their families and with the living has been one of the important achievements that we've had. And the work that they do and the work that happens in the recovery of the dead of apartheid and the dead of anti-apartheid resistance forms part of the same policy as the recovery, as the work that needs to be done in the recovery of the dead of colonialism, and to bring them home, to bring closure, and to do so from all over the world. These are huge tasks that is going to be with us for a while. And the South African policy has done a further very important step. Okay, these things happened through the negotiations and the deliberations that happened in the formulation of the policy. There's a lot of people whose hands got onto that policy. You have forces at work from universities in the north of the country that have certain kinds of approaches. And then you have forces from, let us say, from the south, and from, let us say, the south in Belleville, where we have had certain kinds of understandings of how these things should happen more productively. And so internationally, our policy has refused to make a distinction between the dead and their possessions. So we regard what has been called objects here, but I'll discuss that concept later. The possessions of the dead were collected often at the same time as the dead themselves. And so we have a policy that is both about returning the remains of dead people, of ancestors, but also belongings that we can also think of as ancestral. They're also ancestors. So, but the other instrument, of course, that was part of the early years of remaking this society was the land restitution program, something that we also dealt with in District 6 nearby here. And District 6, as you know, the land restitution program has been very difficult. And land restitution has been a very difficult project in South Africa. And we have argued in the District 6 Museum that one of the main reasons why that program has not worked as well as it should have is, unfortunately, it has regarded land as property. And we argue instead land should be regarded as landscape. In other words, as land marked by history. And so what comes out of this and out of the work of the District 6 Museum is that restitution, rather than being a program to restore rights in property, as important as that is, should also be understood as a program of social restoration. Because this is about healing and it's about the restoration of dignity. And to do so requires cultural work, such as has been happening in the District 6 Museum. And so when we look at the word restitution, and we only really started using that term in different parts of the world very recently. So a very early example of a return that we were able to do in 2012 was the return to South Africa of the remains of two people from the Northern Cape, from the Kalahari, by the name of Klaas and Troy Pienaar, who were two farm workers who had died of malaria in the first decade of the 20th century, and who were buried on the farm Pienaar Spits, where they worked, where they labored, and from where, a few months after their deaths, their bodies were illegally disinterred, unburied, if you like, placed onto an ox wagon, and then placed onto a ship and taken to Europe, where they ended up in the collection of the Austrian Academy of Sciences and in the collection of the Natural History Museum. In 2000, I and my colleague, Martin Legassic, published a book called Skeletons in the Cupboard, in which we uncovered this history of unethical collecting of our ancestors, of ancestors being taken out of their graves and being sold to museums. And at the time, South African museums, like the former South African Museum here, now part of Iziko Museums, began competing with European museums and European scientists to be the preeminent location for these remains. And so South African Museum bought ancestral remains from grave robbers, as did museums in Europe, such as in Austria. And as a result of this research, it turned out that the Austrian government understood that this was illegal, and we were able to name the dead, and Klaas and Troy Pienaar were returned to South Africa as a result of negotiations between South Africa and the government of Austria. I was very privileged to be part of the negotiating team, so from very early on, and to be part of the team that shaped how the return was going to take place. At the time, we didn't use the term restitution. We used the term repatriation, because that was the term used by our colleagues in Australia. It is the term used by our colleagues in North America. They use that term repatriation. And members of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture were trying to define these issues. What is a repatriation? Because that's a term we also use when a South African goes overseas and dies. The body has to be brought back to South Africa. The term they use is repatriation. And when you think about it, repatriation refers to logistics. It refers to law. It refers to diplomatics. It is about politics and law and and logistics. Is it a ship? Is it an aeroplane? Is it a bus? Is it a box? How do you do that? And so from very early on, we, in the advisory committee for this process, we developed an understanding of this idea of rehumanization. So that was the first time this idea was used as a principle, that rehumanization is a principle, right? So, because what you are talking about is understanding a history of dehumanization. A dehumanization that began in life by people who the colonizers might have referred to as bushmen, and through a dehumanization in life, but then after death, the dehumanization carried on because the remains of Klaas and Troy Pienaar were turned into objects, right? Because what happens is that now the term object, we must be very careful of how we use that term, because the term object is a museum governance term, right? And so there are colleagues here in ISICO who manage the registry. So when something is collected, it comes into the museum and it goes into the registration system where it is turned into an object, right? Before it becomes an object, what was it? So the term that we have started using is belonging. It is a belonging, because it belongs to people, it belongs to communities. And the other term that is an objectifying term, we only learned this much later. When I was writing about this 10 years ago, I hadn't thought through these matters. I used the term human remains. Human remains. Well, let me tell you, human remains is another objectifying concept. It is a governance concept when the dead are put into a museum collection. And it is also a term of certain disciplines. It is a term of biological anthropology, what is called in the Americas biological anthropology. And what we might refer to as human biology, what used to previously be called physical anthropology. So in the medical disciplines and in museums, in the sciences of the dead body, that is their term. Because they're not interested in who, why, where, they're interested in what. That is their term. And so when we first put this argument about the return of the dead from our museums, and the big discussions, and a big famous symposium that took place here in the Barry, I think it was in the Barry Lecture Theatre, that was organized by Sarah. when Martin Legassick and I first presented this research and said, so we made two cases. We said, whatever entered the collection as a result of being stolen from their graves and through a trade in the dead must be returned, must be taken out of your collection. Secondly, if it entered your collection for the purposes of racial research, upskit the ballyhakes, as we used to say in District 6, you do not have a right to hold on to those ancestors. These are illegal, illegally in your collection, right? The time I was on the council of, different time, of Sarah, of Ezekiel, and you must remember, at the time, the ethos within museums internationally, the ethos in heritage resources management internationally was against restitution, because the care for your collections was regarded as your duty, not to give it away, not to give it away. So much so that when Ezekiel museums eventually developed their own policy and started applying what we were advising, as you have heard, Ezekiel museums removed the dead in those categories from their stores and placed them in a no-access zone. That zone could be understood to be a zone of de-accessioning until such time as restitution can take place. Right? So you've got to think, you've got to start applying the principle and turning it into a methodology. So the process of restitution had already begun, had already started at that time. So, and by the way, in Afrikaans, by the way, 'n mens is 'n mens deur ander mense, right? So, but in Afrikaans, we did not have a term for de-accession because it was regarded as an impossibility. So there was no term for de-accession, right? I imagine in Castellano would be that. So so we came up with the word ontboek, to take it out of the book, take it out of the register, right? To ontboek. So this is where these things start and why we are now making a distinction between repatriation and restitution. So, in fact, we have started encouraging our colleagues to think imaginatively of what restitution can mean. And we are learning from a number of cases that have taken place around the world. We are learning from what has been happening between Namibia and Germany. We have been learning from these unfortunate cases of what danger befalls you when a return process is led by the former colonizer, who has a desire to wash the blood off their hands. And where they have a budget that has to be spent this year, and so they urge everything to be speeded up so that we can return it to you this year. But our colleagues in Namibia or wherever else have not fully prepared for what they are going to do and how to turn the return, the repatriation, into an opportunity for them to be a restitution. And so, unfortunately, There is such unfinished business about this German colonial history. It's one of the tragedies of Namibia, that they have this unfinished German colonial history, that the Germans do not understand the extent to which they were made by their colonialism, their violent genocidal colonialism in Namibia and Tanganyika and Cameroon and Togo. They don't understand it. And they don't understand how those violences were responsible for the violences 4 decades later that affected Europe. They don't understand that. And also, the north of Namibia was not colonized by the Germans. So the colleagues in Namibia have made demands about genocide and reparations in ways that are important, but they have not adequately prepared for restitution. So, because this is an opportunity we have an opportunity to make sure that we lead the demands that are made about South African ancestors that lie in the collections in different parts of Europe. And I can assure you that the numbers of South African ancestors that lie in these collections are substantial, and they do not only come from the 19th century. Yes, in the main, we are talking about the dead from the turn of the 20th century, from the late 19th century. Unfortunately, sometimes our government thinks that the restitution of human remains, as they would call it, is a Khoisan question. Now, there is a reason for that, because of the way in which South Africa were colonized. In the main, Khoisan people were colonized through the discipline of physical anthropology, through racial study. And in the main, the societies that made up Bantu-speaking South African communities were colonized in the main through social anthropology, through being turned into tribes, through native administration. That's a very interesting distinction. But we have learned the extent to which the collectors were on the battlefields of the colonial wars in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. And so you can go to museums in Germany and you will find ancestors from the Eastern Cape and from KwaZulu-Natal in their collections. And so the work that we have to do is substantial. And our colleagues on that side have already begun to do inventories for us. Because whenever I've gone to government and say, please, they need a letter that will then set off money for them to do this work on our behalf, and then you get silence. Because a lot of this has been me knocking on doors, me shouting, and eventually we got a policy. And yes, we needed the policy, because otherwise everything would have been ad hoc, and everything is expensive. So yes, this is work that happens, that needs to happen in an all-sided fashion. It involves governments. It involves government at a national level. It involves officials at the local level. We're talking often about museums and museum people in managerial positions, curators, lawyers, they are activists, and sometimes they are scholars, sometimes they are community members who are involved. And we need to think about what the work is of each of these elements in the process, because as you have heard before, our colleagues put it very well, that often we are told, no, we cannot send anything back because the law does not allow. Well, if there is political will, then you can change the law. And you have heard recently how France changed a law. And, so the most recalcitrant colleagues to do returns are the colleagues in Britain who say they have laws. They are not allowed to, because this belongs to the British people and they do not have the authority to interfere with those responsibilities. But to do that, often all of that work is the work of repatriation. Repatriation is a program of giving. Restitution is a program of demanding. And what I want to put on the table for us to think about is the idea of restitution, not as an event that ends once the plane has landed and there's a celebration in a government garden, but to think about the ongoing work that restitution requires. Now, I also want to put forward the idea that restitution will change the very essence of what we mean by museum. Because the museum of the 19th century was geared towards the care of collections for future generations. In other words, these were keeping institutions that regarded their duty as the care of collections for future generations. However, a concept of museum has begun to emerge that is more attuned to the relationship between the museum, the collection, and community, and how to nurture that relationship, and how to undertake projects of return in ways that build those relationships. And so that the museum is going to be affected in ways that is going to change the organogram of the museum. It's going to change the kind of skills that a museum needs when restitution becomes a major element in what you do. Kind of how do you train? How do you get trained to work in a museum on the basis of an older icon collection? And let me tell you, you can see how the world of museums has changed when you just think about the changing of the icon definition of museum. In between 2012 and 2015, some of us in South Africa worked closely with colleagues in Brazil to change. No, I was given longer, sorry. I was told, I was given a time, okay? So I'll finish when I finish. I was given a time, okay? So we will. So we worked with UNESCO to develop a new approach to understanding museums as a process of community building, and in those meetings, our colleagues from ICOM were there to challenge us and to say, you people are opportunists. You are wanting to use resources that should be used for the stewardship of collections for future generations. And within a few years, ICOM was there. So the new approach to museum is very much on our agenda. And you can see how it affects an institution like IZICO. So we need to nurture this concept of restitution. And we need to work with it, we need to develop it, and we need to say that this is not something that can be done by Europeans. Because our colleagues in different African countries have been fearful that Europeans have been stealing restitution from Africans. Well, Europeans can't do restitution. they can only do giving back. Restitution is our work. The success of restitution depends on the nature of our demands and how we build a demand-making process so that restitution is more than just giving back. In fact, our German colleagues don't even have the word restitution in their vocabulary. They only use the term Rückgabe, which is translated into Dutch as teruggawe, which they are also starting to use. But in fact, they have a much more powerful possibility of using terugbezorging, of this idea of zorg, of what we would call sorg, of care in the process. The other very important element of our transformation process that Iziko has experienced is that restitution, while it involves a process of de-objectification and turning an object into a belonging, it also requires that it be taken out of a colonial classification system. So our colleagues from Colombia and from the Americas come from a very interestingly named institution. Very interesting, Anthropologia Historia. So what is interesting about that is, what are the disciplinary differences between anthropology and history? And what is interesting in the African colonial context, anthropology emerged as the discipline to study colonized people. Whereas history, or cultural history, was the discipline that was applied to the material culture of the colonizer. So in Iziko museums, as a museum of the new nation, they couldn't perpetuate that classificatory division between the people with history and the people without history. And so they created social history. So they've got an ongoing project of decommissioning that classification system. And so what I'm saying here is that our colleagues in Europe continue to do returns through museum classification. So one of the returns that I've been helping the Germans with in Berlin is the return of 1,000 skulls collected by the Germans in Rwanda. Rwanda had been part of German East Africa. And there was a Polish anthropologist who went into Rwanda and he collected 1,000 skulls. And they went into the collection in Berlin. But he also made sound recordings. He also collected material culture at the same time. But the Germans don't do returns by collector. They do returns by classification. So between the meetings of our advisory board in the Lushan committee, between 2015 and 2017, it took three years for the Germans to accept that the remains of colonized African people from colonized African societies in their collections must be returned. Until then, they thought, no, we have to do so by balancing the interests of science and the interests of community. Much like a famous archaeologist said to us in this very museum, you are wanting to burn my archive through return of the dead. Right? So the Germans understand, because of the Holocaust, that keeping the dead is an act of violence. But they automatically assume that having material culture or artworks in their possession is an act of humaneness, even if it was collected in a violent manner. And we have been learning the extent of the violence through which all of these collections entered museums. And so what we are saying is we must challenge the categories through which they want to do returns. So finally, the question arises, who speaks for the dead? When the Germans want to prepare the dead for return, who do you think they turn to in order to prepare the dead for return? They turn to the human biologist. And occasionally they return to the historian to do provenance research. But what has been absolutely decisive in the case of Berlin is the work of the activists and the African diasporic communities in such structures as Berlin Postcolonial. They have challenged the process of return at every turn. And so what we have learned from this, and we learn also from the way in which our colleagues at Iziko museums goes through the process, is they understand that once you make a decision that the remains of a person does not belong in your collection, and you take it out of your collection, you put it in that special store. Okay, what's important is no access and all that, as we've heard from our colleagues, but it's more than that. That is a space of mourning and grief. It is not a space for museum governance. It is the space for community governance. And that is where, as our colleagues have said, while Iziko might do a repatriation to communities, the work of restitution begins when you take the human being out of your collection and you say, you do not belong in our collection. You belong with the people. And until such time as the people are able to come, the diaspora in Germany stand in the place of the people and need to be able to step up to the plate and do their duty. So, and because what you need, we need to ask, who are the communities of care? And I must say, in the last couple of months of Iziko going through these processes and me being able to be present at some of the events, having been at the very beginning of putting this, trying to put this on our agenda, being on the council and trying to make a case for this, I am extremely impressed with what our colleagues here are doing. And this is difficult work. It is difficult work. This is where we are finding ourselves in a very different concept of museum. And so one of the final issues that has come up, a difficult issue internationally, is this a state-to-state matter? In South Africa, it's a state-to-state matter. You know, when the Northern Cape government came to me and Martin Legasik at UWC, and they said, we want you to help us return Klaas and Troipina. And I said, no, I can't do that. Your job as the provincial government, working with local communities, you've got to find where the burial must take place, and you've got to find who are the people who belong to the dead. That's your job, right? The return and the negotiations of return is a national government competence. Now, if we take that into other countries and other colonial situations, we have the case of Cameroon, where English-speaking Cameroonians don't feel that their government represents them, right? And it turns out that a substantial amount of what was taken from Cameroon came from that region, close to Nigeria. If you think of Tanganyika, the remains of people from Old Mossie and people from a community known as Wachaga, and people from these areas of Tanganyika where hangings took place, where the hanging tree was. Generally, they do not feel as if their interests are carried out by the national government. And then you've also got our German colleagues. Remember, the Germans work in an ethnological fashion. The Germans don't think that the African national government is an African institution. They think it's a kind of European type institution imposed on Africans, because they think of Africans as tribal. So they don't think that it is the role of African states to do the work of. And so our German colleagues literally thought, when they developed their first policy, they literally thought that they will do a return from an individual museum to an individual community. Bypass all national protocol. Bypass it. Go straight and bring it in a box. Right? So the question arises, how do you do it? And so we've come up and we were telling, so our colleagues in Namibia, at the Museums Association of Namibia, our dear colleague Jeremy Sylvester, when he was still alive, and all of his colleagues, they used to get, on a given day, 5 different museums coming to one committee. And they used to say, why don't you go back and form yourself into a committee and you can all come together and find a way in which you can work together. So this idea of nation to nation, state to state, as a way of working, but that restitution can only happen at the local level. It cannot happen only on a state-to-state basis. The state-to-state is the protocol, but it is not the actual method that has to take place. And so one of the ideas that I want to put to our colleagues from Colombia, that they need to take away with them, is the possibility of joining their colleagues on the African continent in creating a Global South Forum on restitution, where we can exchange ideas, where we can exchange methodologies, where we can build our resources so that restitution becomes a terrain for the further decolonization of the world. Because this is the task, the unfinished business of colonialism that we are attending to. But it is not something that the Europeans are going to give. Sometimes they say they will, France and so forth. They give those 19 very, very small, so that it's symbolic. And they then come with a development program. They come to develop your museums. They give you training. They come as a kind of recolonization. And you have to be very careful of this. And you have to be aware of what comes at our colleagues in SARA. They know they've had museum development programs. In fact, I once led one of those German-funded programs here in Cape Town. And you've got to just understand the diplomatics and the politics of the world that you're involved with and how to do it on the terms, on African terms and on the terms of the Global South. I do apologize to the chair for taking a little bit long, but thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause again. I must say that was substantive. It's always enriching to listen to your presentation. I was actually impressed how you really cementing the link between the issue of repatriation, restoration, and the change in museological practices, and the need for new approaches. I was impressed by on the issue of where you even had to adopt the language that is supposed to be used within a museum in order to humanize things. That was definitely informative. I don't know how we're doing with regard to going for lunch. I don't know what time says. I want us to open it for questions for a few minutes. From there, we can deal with that. How are we doing on the time frame? Lunch is on already. We can. All right. Then I'm happy. Then I'm happy. I'm not going to attempt to do a summary. We were basically going through the presentation, which is basically at a visual level. I just want to thank you, Prof. That was definitely substantive. I'm opening this for questions and answers. Colleagues, you heard the Prof and you experienced the Prof. Let's engage with the issues that he had put before us that I think are very, very constructive. Some very revolutionary. It's very clear that IZICO has been also working very hard. Questions and answers, or comments as well. Osleomile?
Thank you, Prof, for that contribution that you made there. Mine is a comment. So last year for my summer presentation, I read some of your work in trying to grapple with this restitution, repatriation, and return. And it was also, well, it was in context of us considering the case of the Arab priest, which you know very well, and really just what do we mean by the return of the Arab priest and some of those principles there. But over and above that extension, I think mine is trying to also see how a piece of what you have contributed I can take away into practice. My everyday consists of racist. I have a prescript, I need to follow that. I'm very curious if you've, over and above the epistemology of repatriation, restitution, return, and also over and above the work that went into the national policy, if there's been any additional efforts and how this then ties into the very behind legislation that we have to now work with, that we can't wait for those amendments. We need to move with those times. We need to be able to support institutions like IZICO that are shaking the table, and we want to encourage others to shake the table too. But how does that translate in this weird background of us being left behind? I think that's just also me trying to be a bit more practical from extending this academic consideration to how do I then practice this?
You can respond.
Thank you so much. So sometimes you find yourself in a situation where, like our colleagues in IZICO at different times have done, is they've had a deliberate program of trying to do repatriation where they identify important South African heritage collections that are up for sale at international auctions, and they go and bid, and they buy them and bring them home. Now, as you can imagine, that's maybe not restitution. That's like in the market, but you're competing with different agencies. I am very pleased to tell you that in the deliberations of the advisory committee on so-called heritage objects at the time, after Arab priests had been illegally sold on a London market, and where most members of the advisory committee wanted to condone the sale, recommending that Arab priests be released, I objected. And I went up against the art historians. And those of us who argued for Arab priests won. But it resulted in a compromise. Because you've got to be pragmatic. It's a compromise. And the compromise was that Arab priests would come home for a certain amount of time. As part of the compromise, the collection of Ermestern at the so-called Ermestern Museum, the Qatar government would pay towards the conservation. It was part of the compromise. I don't know whether that money ever came or what happened to the money when it came, but a few months ago, the Ermestern Gallery closed down, placing that collection in jeopardy. I also heard that they put on the agenda the idea of supporting training in the field of museum studies, but apparently that proposal was not accepted by the South Africans. But SARA is immersed in the regulation of the movement of heritage objects. And that is a very important task that has to occur. And as the technicians and the legal, technical people, that technical, legal, administrative, governmental side is a very important side. But I think we also need to understand how to build a collective political will in SARA, in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, in Iziko's Museums of South Africa, in all of our national collections and institutions, that we don't only do the work of regulation, but that we ask what would be the best for the democratization of South African society. What is best? How best can we advance the conditions of South African democracy? And sometimes the heritage institutions are not in favor of decolonization. You know, when the 1970 convention was first created, it specifically sought to protect the keepers of stolen goods, except it wanted to regulate the thefts after colonialism had ended, right? But it did not want to cast an eye back. So sometimes our multilateral institutions have not been helpful. And I think that UNESCO understands that as a problem, and they've been trying to address it. And it's up to our leaders, the CEO and stuff. And I must say, I'm extremely impressed by just talking to you and your colleagues and the levels of engagement that you people are dealing with and attending to. And The colleagues at IZICO equally are as exhausted as some of them sometimes get from all of this work. It is such important work that is happening. It is important for South Africa, and it is important for other parts of the world as well.
Thank you very much. Gentleman, that's followed by sister here. Any other hand, please, before they speak? Okay, continuing that.
Oh yeah, thank you. I just remembered that I didn't mention my name. I'm Lindinxiwa Mahlasela. I'm doing research in Parliament for the Portfolio Committee, but I'm not representing the institution. I'd like to emphasize that. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation, but I must say that some of the stuff you say just flew over my head because I haven't been in seminars like this for a while now. But I just want to comment on two things. First, it's how easy as government officials, well, at least for me, to use repatriation and restitution interchangeably. It's so easy to do this. But the other thing is the rehumanization process. And you made a comment about what IZICO has done in the processes. And this touches on the questions I raised earlier about this process of rehumanization. Is something that is really appealing to me. I remember with the return of Sarah Batman and the ritual performances, and especially the poem, I've Come to Take You Home. So that was something that was really very powerful for me. And I suppose also with the people that she belonged to. And this is what I think institutions, especially South African institutions that had a misfortune of keeping people, should really look at. Prof remarked that there are institutional processes in the process of rehumanization that, okay, don't take photographs and then she made something about community engagement. I think that this is where institutions need to really work on finding space for community, a process that will be fulfilling to the people, the community, rather than ensuring that their protocols are not being disturbed. So I'm wary of saying something disruptive, something that may lead to discomfort on the part of institutions. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Sisi.
Thank you. Thank you for that eye-opening presentation, Prof. There's a lot to digest, of course, from what you've said. There are a few points that have stood out for me. You mentioned, and I'm going to read them out as I'm looking at them at the screen, the building of an African restitution movement, the building of restitution policies, and a restitution-based, it's the last one, towards an African and global South civil society restitution movement. And for me, I think this is in terms of, there's a lot that you've mentioned, and one of those was right now as you were speaking about the resistance sometimes of our own institutions, our own cultural institutions. But as a forward-moving global South society. Using these restitution policies, what would actually, how do we need to ensure, what elements do we need to look at in building these restitution policies that would ensure that we dismantle that resistance within our own cultural institutions firstly, and also one that would ensure a global South civil society or restitution movement that works not only in terms of restitution in the context of the global north, between the global north and the global south, but also as states within Africa. I hope that that question is clear. Because I know that lawmaking and policy making is a very powerful tool and is essential in all of this. But what are those elements that we need to consider while also looking forward and in improving ourselves also as cultural institutions to ensure that this works? These concepts actually work on a practical level.
Is it clear? You can respond.
Thank you so much for that really thoughtful question. And my answer is that there is no template, and there's no. The template I have is our template, and the template that of me going to government all the time. And I still go to government I'll give you one example. Since we had a death of a member of the advisory board, and since the office was created in SARA, that committee hasn't met. So I keep on asking our colleagues in DSAC, does that mean the committee doesn't exist anymore? They say, no, it does exist. Don't worry, we will meet. So in the meantime, that work of that office falls under the governance of the SARA Council. So that is not a governance, that's an advisory thing. And it's one of the last discussions that we had in that committee was one that gave rise to the way in which the colleagues in the missing persons task team and the different intergovernment process happened of going to Zimbabwe and Zambia, and the difficulties of Angola with landmines, but of preparing the dead to come back to South Africa. That was really the last discussion that we had. And at the time we had a deputy minister who was very on the ball. Deputy minister who was understanding that bringing anti-apartheid fighters home was not just repatriation, because government called it repatriation because it was a logistical exercise. It's a logistical exercise, and it's a legal exercise and a diplomatic exercise with other Southern African countries. But then you say, but when they come home, that social restoration is restitution. So the template that we have is that we have a policy. And by that, and I'm prepared to inform that it means that policies are costed, and means they are funded. It means they are planned for, that there's a program of work. And so we have taken this into our discussions with colleagues on the continent, Action for Restitution to Africa, in building our African restitution forums, in the discussion with colleagues from Tanzania, colleagues from Cameroon, that you need a policy. Now that might be a South African template. And we offer, we need to learn from each other's policies because we have to find ways for African societies to take charge of this program and to build demands, to make demands, to enter into alliances with activists in Europe and to find ways of enabling such returns to be part of the further democratization of our society. And we learn, with the return of the artworks to the Benin Republic, you can watch films about this, about the extent to which the people of Benin went through. It was a deeply felt emotional process. Now, so, and that will also be a way of enabling SARA and Iziko museums to deliver on their mandate in the broadest possible way.
Okay, did you want to follow? Okay. If I understood you correctly, the civil society movement, global level, is that your view that part of the agenda or the objectives of entities like SARA and other public entities that are dealing with this matter should be to interface with existing organizations that operate at global level? To what extent does your own local community mobilization involve in this? Primarily because, for instance, it is us at community level who, for instance, buy some of the cultural objects linked to people who had been killed from people who are selling. It is us who do that. To what extent is there a need for community mobilization at local level? And how is that supposed to escalate to the global level? I'm just trying to understand whether you are suggesting SARA and others should play a coordinated link. Is that how I'm understanding you? And then the last one, I'm not so sure as to whether the gentleman's question was answered, because there's a part in that question that says, in reality, should we allow museums to house human remains in this period of our history? Both of them. Did you want to add on that? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought that it would be, my comments and questions would be well suited for now. Thanks, Prof, for your presentation. And whenever you speak about restitution and rehumanization, there's always this one glaring case that always disturbs me in Cape Town. And, you spoke about deaccessioning and in-between spaces and rehumanization in your presentation. And I was thinking of in-between spaces. I know they're supposed to be off-limit spaces, obviously, because they've been deaccessioned and ancestral remains remain there, but they can also be spaces of haunting, and they can become spaces of violence. And we all know the case in Cape Town where, the ancestors of our city are in this limbo, and they are not resting. And yes, it's just always not interesting, it's always disturbing when I think back on it, because it's an example of the failure of government, failure of heritage agencies at various levels. And I think time has passed since then. But when we speak about internal restitution and internal rehumanization, there are so many examples, and there's one very glaring example of ancestral remains in boxes, and boxes degrading, and other sort of issues, climate control, all sorts of issues that I don't want to get into because I don't want to be out of turn. But I think that a lot still needs to be done in terms of restitution and rehumanization at a very local and internal level, especially in Cape Town. Yeah, thanks.
Prof.
Thank you so much for raising that. I mean, we still suffer the effects of that time from Prestwich, which happened while I was on the SARA Council. And I think SARA, as a national institution, and its credibility really suffered as a result of that experience. And I don't know whether they've explained to you what this was. It was like happens in any city with a deep colonial history. In a part of the city close by here, they, in spite of knowing, because of a previous case just down the road from Coburn Street, at that place where a businessman who later on became the owner of they demolished the building and they found a cemetery. And these were it was a cemetery of enslaved people. And the question was, should the people be removed from their graves? Because this is a business. So what you have is heritage resources management happens. And what does heritage resources management do? It decides it must balance development with heritage. So what do? So, and in the meantime, it was a crisis of archaeology on human biology, right? So like little things that happened, like when the final appeal was delivered, the archaeologists called up every archaeologist in the country over Christmas and they harvested the remains, just emptied the site. So there's a lot of, and what my colleague from SARA is talking about is what was created is an institution called an ossuary, where the remains were put, but which we later learned was paid for by money from the 2010 World Cup development, because they created this building and then they put a coffee shop there. And it was on the fan walk to that stadium where you watched the semi-final of the 2010 World Cup when you were 5 years old. Right. So you have this difficulty. And the trouble that you have with that and the example of the so-called reburial at Mapungubwe, which President Mbeki demanded Wits and Pretoria must attend to. You know what they did at Mapungubwe? They put the remains in, hoe sê jy nou in Engels vir 'n vat? Hy vate. What is it? Barrel. No? Watertight, airtight barrels. And they basically put them underground. It's not a burial. It's a relocating the museum store underground. Right? Okay. And that is exactly what our colleagues, the archaeologists, recommended be done that they be reburied in these watertight, so that they can be available for research later. So the ossuary is a form of, what did you call it? Limbo making, so that they can be available later on for research. Instead of the finality, you do not do research on people who suffered in life. You don't do that. You bury them. You know, it's not as if you haven't had access already to hundreds to do. And do you know what the final violence was? We say this publicly now because we know. The dead people's belongings are still kept by the archaeologists. Illegally, I would say. Right? So you have it. And I think this is a situation that must be rectified by SARA, and there needs to be a burial. Yeah, and because sometimes, you know, how do state institutions work with civil society? Because there's sometimes mostly a conflictual relationship, but it can be a productive conflict, you know, where the purpose of civil society is to challenge. So the reason why this failed at the time was because our law on burial and who has a right to come forward to claim the dead thinks that the relationship is a biological one, that that the people who come and make claims are the family members of the dead. Whereas these people came forward, these activists in Cape Town, they said, we are the people of Cape Town. These dead people belong to us. We are the dead people of Cape Town. They belong to us by history. And it's one of my criticisms of Sarah. Sarah has not learned to work with history. In fact, its concept of history is antiquarian. It wants to declare these objects of Mandela at that prison. It wants to, like we had it, the toilet seat, the knife and fork that he ate with. It declared Jan Smuts's desk. It's got a very simplistic concept of history. Antiquarian, you deal with landscapes of history. May God, here is an opportunity. God Allah. Here you have a beautiful opportunity for a complexity. And we're lucky that we have a counselor of Sarah.
Prof, it is the legislation, not Sarah. Have we all the questions answered? Prof, is there a question? Okay. Prof, before we close, I had tried to abduct you into the space that is more controversial. I'd ask you to be pointed on this one. Should museums be housing human remains now? Okay. No, I just needed that. Because you see, the issue is that in South Africa, we have a history of talking around issues and never really being firm on them. You see? So there is a need, maybe as part of new radical museology, to begin taking a firm stance and say, we don't think human remains and the museums belong together. If we're talking about really humanizing, it just doesn't make sense. Also, the interesting part that you touched on the Mapungubwe reburial, there was a funny thing that emanated last year. They decided to build a research center, sort of. Yeah, while they were bringing that on board, the space that was allocated, they discovered part of it lands on the area where they reburied. You understand? And lastly, the issue of putting into what you call tight bags, where a person is packaged into. It does sound like colonization of somewhere. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Become the site of its own interpretation. We need to develop a complex museum, and whatever was taken out of Mapungubwe must be brought back to Mapungubwe. It doesn't mean you just possess the university. They can come and they can put. I expect probably they will move it to the local properties, because and unfortunately, the forces and powers. You will see the whole program, the legal program that's was to happen, and then suddenly the situation changed because it got prepared to be a very, very site, a different department, a different set of demands, and what did they create? The deformed institution, which is the interpretation center
Prof, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause as we close off. Would there still be time really? Or can we?
Okay, when we are having lunch, there will be a video playing that you can have a look at. It's of the Riberia, right?
The first one will be of the
The Zimbabwean.
The second one will be of the
What I'm interested in how do we phase them out?
So as you are
Vis-a-vis
having
lunch.
there will be a video run. You
Okay.
can come have a look, but as we resume coming back,
Okay.
there will be a 10 minutes that sort of set a scene for presentation that will come from the video.
Okay. Thank you very much. But now we can release.
You can have.
No, because we never had a break. So thank you very much. Do people know where the lunch is? Okay.
the 23 gig one. No, we're playing the whole thing. The whole thing. It's not just the minister's one. The entire thing is 1 hour.
Oskomi, Kibono Garle, is there anything that I must know? No, what right, Carlos?
Yes. Since the afternoon is a lot fewer people, there is still the right people in the room. It's part of us that have gone to say the desks are calling and they're in other meetings, but you still have the right constitution in here. What you just seen is sort of set a stage for the next presentation that you're going to receive from Ezekiel. And so please let's continue to ask same questions, engage on the presentations. Thank you.
Oskomi, thank you very much for that clarification. And for the SARA team, the communication team, thank you for the for the clips that you actually have put through of the documentary pertaining to the burial in the Northern Cape, the reburial in the Northern Cape. We're not going to waste time. We are going into the next presentation pertaining to the case of reburial of Khoi and San ancestral remains, the role of communities, and Iziko Museum. And then this will be done by Ms. Eikote. If you can ascend the stage, please.
Okay, much better. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Annelies Kotze. I am the Curator of Culture and Identity here at the Zico Museums. So the video you just saw now is basically what I will be talking about. But I'll take you through it from the perspective of Ezekiel. So this is just our vision and our mission and as Ezekiel. But the one thing that we do try to bring through in our visitors and for our staff as well is that our museums are your museums. So they don't just belong to us as the people that work in here, but that they belong to the nation. So Ezekiel consists of 13 different museums. So this one that you are in right now is turned 200 years last year. So it's one of the oldest museums here. And this is where you can see the museum in 1825. So like with all museums, our main goal, and as it was in the past, was to collect objects. Because what is a museum without objects? And we will talk about this later. So this particular museum was very interested in indigenous cultures, especially of the Khoi and the San. So the objects that they would collect would be the material culture, which would be the objects that they would wear. And this image in particular was taken in 1910, and it was called the Cinderella Room, but it also says that it is objects made by the lowest form of humankind, the Bushmen. And this is what this museum did. So not only did it collect objects, but it also studied people as well. And just a warning, there are images of remains in here, but they are not of our museum, they are found online. So the trade, like Siraj was saying, and Mongani as well, it was a very lucrative business. So because the museum is here in Cape Town, this was like the thoroughfare. This was where ancestral remains would come, And not only were they paid for, they were kept at Iziko and also sent to different parts of the world. And these were some of the people who I call the perpetrators. So these were the gentlemen that actually took the task of collecting and digging up people's remains. This over here is the letters and the correspondence that existed and still exists in our museums, where our director at this institution speaks to other directors saying, this is what we have, this is what we've seen, and this is how much we are willing to pay for it. So not only did we purchase, but we would take and sell the ancestral remains to other institutions. Some of these institutions, and yeah, I will refer specifically to the Hunterian Museum, were part of those where we traded with ancestral remains. So this is something that is very rarely seen. So like Professor Rasul was saying, when an object, and I say this in inverted commas, comes in, so what was once someone's loved one below the soil now becomes this. It becomes a number. That is the accession number. And in this book, the specific page, it gives you what of the person was collected. And in the same page, there are also animals which are listed. And this is why the ancestral remains were dug up, forest by science. This is then what they become. So what was once someone's ancestor below the soil now becomes a number inside of a museum, inside of a box. But even though Iziko is very conscious of what we have, Iziko was very proactive in drafting its own policy, especially after 1994 and with the new change of directors in the museum. And Iziko actually had its first policy in the early 2000s. But the policy actually has to work, obviously, within the framework of the national policy, which was still in draft form at the stage. And this is one thing I want us to stop and have a look at. So in our policy, we distinguish between ethical and unethical. Personally, I think everything is unethical. I don't think anybody's ancestors are supposed to be inside of a museum wanting to do research or not. But so the unethicals we describe as those specifically dug up to do scientific research. Because what they wanted to show is that, one, indigenous people are not real humans. There's no difference between them and animals, and they were also thinking they were on the brink of extinction. And I come back to them because it was because of them that we now have to find a term to identify people's ancestors in museums. So once they come in, the object then becomes an object of the state, which is what we are. And in order to be able to rebury, we have to take them out of that book. And if you remember, I'll go back to it quickly. If you look at the very top there, you'll see a line drawn through. And what that means is that object is now deaccessioned. So what that means is access is restricted, no research is to be done, and that box with that ancestral remain is then put on one side so that they can then start with the process of repatriation. So even though our policy was approved that time, Iziko had never reburied out. So we have a policy, we say they are unethical, but yet they still remain in our cupboards. And here we can see 2 international repatriations Iziko is assisted with, which was Klaas and Troy Pienaar in 2012 and Sarah Bartman in 2002. But we did hear the plight of our communities who would come into the institutions and say, why are our people here? Why are my people's bones here? And all they wanted was for them to be reburied. But besides having communities come in, we also did something proactive, which was to have exhibitions where the broader public could see what we house and what they feel we should do about it. And then we come to the future in the 2020s, and our national policy is now approved. And now we can move on with the bigger work. And here we come to 2024. Ezeco had its first big public engagement. So what we did with this particular project was we focused on a perpetrator and the perpetrators that specifically dug up in the Northern Cape. One thing about them, they loved to write down what they did. They were very proud of their work. And because of that, we were able to catch them. And here we then spoke to different leaders, different traditional leaders, and we asked them to guide us in this process. So Ezeco's done enough harm, you tell us now what we must do right. Then for the first time, a lot of these people had heard that their ancestors were inside of the museum. And we actually gave them the list of unethically collected remains. And here, this man holds that list. We gave them the option as to whether they wanted to see it. We put it inside of an envelope and said, it's your choice. Because it's very traumatizing to see how analytical museums are. So you're taking away that spirituality, and that is what your ancestor becomes. From there, I won't say that it was all smooth sailing. There were some very rough times because people got angry, people got sad, people got a little bit violent, and understandable because pain is understandable and it comes out in physical situations. But a task team was then established, and it consisted of leaders from the Khoi, which was the Kurana, the Namas, and the Griquas, and then also the San people. And they also had a structure. So they had a custodian, a chairperson, and then various people from the different regions. This was 2024, and then through the years, we started having various consultations with them. Where would you like to rebury? How would you like to rebury? What size must the coffin be? What should the coffin be covered in? And the task team also changed over time. They started including more younger people, more women, but it was their decision, and Ezeco, Sarah, DSEC was there to guide the process. And this, if you can remember the video, is at Kinderley. Here we are then meeting with the task team and some people from the community where they actually make the decision that this is where they want to bury the 63. So Kinderley is in a town in the Northern Cape, just outside of Steenkop, and here we are talking with the community of Steenkop. So as Ezeco, we started with the task team to guide them in the community engagement process, and they then went on further and did their interviews, and they just took ownership of the process, and they went to 20 different towns in the Northern Cape to do consultation. And so like I showed you previously, the Hunterian was part of the trading process where our perpetrators were involved. And luckily for us, the Hunterian Museum was very amicable and eager to participate in the process. And then in October last year, some of the task team members were then privileged enough to travel with us to Scotland to go and collect their ancestors from the Hunterian Museum. And it was a very beautiful process. It was a very sad process, but we were very pleased with how helpful the Hunterian Museum was. And they, out of their own, also apologized for the atrocities that was committed through the years. And then this is then all of the task team members where they are officially signing for their ancestors to come back to South Africa. This is then where they landed in South Africa, which has the Northern Cape Minister, as well as our own Minister of Arts and Culture. And it was various community members, not only from the Northern Cape, but because they were landing in Cape Town, the Western Cape was also representative. And through the entire process, Iziko was basically just there on the side. We were just there guiding the process, and they basically told us what they wanted to do. And from this, we then had a homecoming ceremony the next day, and this was where various people could come and pay their respects. And from there, the remains were supposed to be buried in December, which never happened. So they stayed inside of the museum. But as Ezekiel and Sarah and Disak, we went back and we continued to speak with the community, talking about how practically we can do this reburial. And a few days after this, they started with the soil, but the day before this, we got the date of the reburial, which meant fast turnaround. So what was something that we had always hoped for had now become a reality. And then in March this year, on Human Rights Day, it was such an amazing moment for the ancestors who had been dehumanized, who had been treated as if they were animals, had their day to be recoffined on Human Rights Day. And it was such an amazing experience to see the museum was full of coffins. So ancestors that had come into this building to be studied were now leaving with dignity. And then they had a handover between the Western Cape and the Northern Cape because they're two different provinces. And the Western Cape then did a very beautiful spiritual ceremony because through the entire process, it is guided by what the community would like to have and what they would like to see. This was then in Steinkopf. So when the ancestral remains arrived, there was a night vigil. People were singing and dancing. There was sadness, there was joy, tears because they had left and joy because they were back. And this then continued for the rest of the night. This was then the day of the reburial where we were very honored and privileged to have not only our minister, but also our president there as well, and talking about the importance of rehumanizing and giving back that dignity to the Khoi and the San. This over here is called Nama blankets. So this is traditionally worn by Nama women to represent their culture. But inside of the coffin was also springbok skins, which represent the San people. So every culture had their ancestor buried with what they would have wanted to see. And everybody participated. All 63 coffins were below the soil. It was an amazing moment. And so because the ancestors all came from various regions, the people that came to the funeral came with soil from their own area, so that when they bury their ancestor, they bury them beneath their own soil. But as wonderful as it is that we have community engagement and consultation, not everything always goes as planned. Because people are people, and you're always gonna miss someone. Why wasn't I consulted? Why are you doing this? You got this wrong. So we got, as Ezekiel, we got a lot of bad press. Some of the challenges were the fact that at this site, 32 children were killed in 1867 by Bushmen. So this site in itself was also very contested. And we had structural problems. We had unrealistic community expectations. The money situation was huge. So there was a rumor, I'll call it a rumor, that went around that this project cost about 49 million, which I wish I had, but it didn't exist. But because of that information, the misinformation that went out, there was unrealistic expectations then from the communities. And because if there's 100 people, and then only 2 or 3 people would complain. So at the end of the day, we had to continue with the work. And this was a very beautiful moment on the very last day when a mother and her daughter came to help us to put down the rocks to show where the ancestors were buried. And despite everything that we went through, coming from the history of our institution, of being the perpetrators, housing ancestral remains, having community engagements, having fights, having make-ups, having everything, at the end of the day, we achieved what we wanted to achieve. One, the cupboards were empty. There are cupboards standing upstairs now that are empty of people's ancestors, and we were able to bury 63 people with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very straightforward presentation. See, you don't give pastors loose mic. All sorts of things begin to happen. Thank you a million times. The presentation clarified quite a number of issues, and I think it is very, very, very helpful. One of the key issues that is found in the presentation, especially at the end, is that no matter how good your intentions are, no matter how procedural the process has been, you will have people who are not happy, either with the process or with the product or with individuals involved. And so I guess it links with what the professor said earlier about people should not see that repatriation. We shouldn't see that process as an event. The post, the event itself, post it, we need to say, well, how do we move forward? That's why you begin to deal with some of the challenges that are put on the table, people claiming that were not consulted, or they were consulted and not adequately. So it is good that you actually picked up that one. I also picked up the issue of the exercise had largely been community-centered. The communities were not left behind. That's what I'm learning from it. So, colleagues, that's the presentation. I'm opening it up for questions and answers. There is a hand at the back. Any other hand before he speaks? You need to take two. Oskomi, was your hand up? Okay, we will take and then we'll follow with you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Annelies Kotze, for that graphic presentation and how the pictures capture the emotions, and you, the voice that carrying the pictures to us. I was in this building 6 months ago, a couple of floors up when the bodies came past, and I was sitting in the last row, and you can just feel, you just feel something. And thank you for that. I met her first. Let me quickly go to the complaints before I make her cry. The complaints van Repatriation at the castle got some of the complaints. That's Minna. Even I got some of the complaints about the things, but overwhelmingly, this, as best as possible within the resource constraints, were done in a humane, rehumanizing, in a respectful manner. There wasn't disrespect in that whole process. And I was far from the process because the reburial would have been in December. And I planned to go up to Namibia and I would have gone to the reburial. So even around the time frame, there were some issues there. I met her when she was doing the interesting exhibition at the castle. The boxes, the empty boxes in which the remains, the bones of Sarah Bartman was taken back. Then I asked, who was the curator, this curator? I was looking for the curator. And somebody said to me, Annelies Kotze, but you were then the secretary in the CEO's office. in Ruxana's office, and Ruxana was on my board, and she didn't tell me it's the secretary that was doing this brilliant exhibition at the castle, starting the rehumanization process. So thank you so much for that. So my question is, given this process of that you described, Prof described, the Padre in front described, is this documented, and can this be a blueprint for many of the other reburials, rehumanization, and other processes that will be taking place? And maybe the Colombians can also tell us, maybe we should ask them also, how do they do it? So that we almost have a pan-African and a global South approach to this thing, because you will not find this respect in the global West or the global North. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mekota. It really took a lot of sweat. It took a lot out of the officials. And if I can ask you just to share with us this specific case, when did Iziko start the engagements with the communities? How many meetings it took you to get where we were at? And you did say they were frustrated. There were lots of engagements, but just to illustrate how much it took. If I can just comment on the uniqueness of, I think, each case, if I may call it that. While you have other areas that we must still cover with the reburials, I want to say to Ndade Calvin's comment that each is unique. Because of the diversity of our cultures, you will find that what UCT did for Sutherland 9 added to our understanding of what we can do here. But still there will be variables because our cultures are very diverse, and we must be accommodating of that. And if anything, through our policy, you would have found, I think as officials, we become a lot more sitting, listening, and saying, how can we do this such that the community's wishes are met? And even though sometimes the wishes can go far beyond what we can, is how do we still make it happen within the means and resources? And so I really appreciate what Iziko did with its partners, but the uniqueness of our cultures, I think, form a basis of how we can customize and tweak so that at the end, it's about the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before she responds, is there any other hand? Inquiry? Okay. Mlegote, can you respond?
The question was basically answered already, but still, yes. There is no blueprint, Calvin. It really does. It is really case by case. But we do learn from everyone. We learn what we did right, what we did wrong, and we make sure that we do it better next time. So this was our first. So, and it was the biggest one to date, 63. It's a lot. No one has done this before. So doing it and making a mistake is better than not doing it at all. Because for years, and this is where I come to, for years, I mean, Professor Rasul has been here, as far as I remember, and I've been at Iziko for about, 13 years now. And it's been happening prior to me even being here. You know, discussions have been had, papers have been written, people have gotten PhDs on the pain of people being there. And now for the first time, we have done it. There's been countless meetings with Ezekiel and on their own. And even them coming back and we doing it together. We tried, and they also learning. And from this, they are also going on and going into different parts of the world on their own and doing research because they have learned from what happened at Ezekiel. So it was a good learning process, not only for us, but it gave them agency now also to take the things further as the task team. So they don't need to sit and wait for us, because now you know what museums have, you know what universities have, and hold us accountable.
Thank you very much for that. I just maybe before you retire into your seat, let's just try and follow up. Was there a specific role that was assigned to government in the process, other than Ezekiel? And
So government for us is the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and they do also hold the national policy, which we adhere to. So the role of government, so SARA was obviously our sister institution. Their specific roles was through the RRO, as well as, which is the Repatriation and Restitution Office, and the Burial Grounds and Graves Office. So us as Ezekiel, we are the holding institution, which needs to make sure that the ancestors leave our spaces respectfully. Burial Grounds and Graves, they obviously had to do the hearses, coffins, something like that. But the department, through their heritage unit, then had to assist us. So they provide us also with the guidance. And then obviously funding is an issue, so that was also a very big thing. And I know I do this, but talking about funding is a very big thing. Like, we want to do this, but it costs money. And this is where we also need to be very honest with our governing body and say, we can do this, but we need to do this right. So the department's role in guiding us is very important, but then as the entities, we also need to be very open and honest with what we can do, what our capacity is. But we obviously want to do what is right. But it's just so that both parties are honest with each other and that we also learn from, because like we're saying, Ezekiel, this is our first, so we also learn from the department as well as from SARA as to what they have been doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I retire the matter, is there any other question? There is a part that I didn't want us to respond to, which was raised by Kelvin, was whether our colleagues from Colombia could give us a sense of how they do it. I'm not so sure as to whether it can be answered now or during their presentation. They could be able to include it to deal with that aspect, given everything that has been presented by South Africa and what they've observed. I think it would be very helpful in their presentation to find a way of addressing, to say, this is how we actually have experienced this and how we have dealt with it. And these are the common areas. Thank you very much. Let's give a final round of applause. Yeah. I think we're going into the next presentation that is going to be done, or that pertains to the, is there anything? Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought you guys were trying to organize a strike. I'm ready for that attempt. Quelling strikes is my specialization. Having said that and gone through the presentation on the issue of the reburial, we are now going to handle, as part of presentation number 5, sharing experiences and findings from Colombia Rescue Archaeology and Inventory of Human Remains, Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. I don't know how it came that we didn't get the CVs and other stuff. I guess you guys have been interacting with them over the past few days. It was assumed that we know. But may I? Can we give them an applause as Ms. Pratt MP comes to the floor? Thank you. Bless you.
Hi, good afternoon. So before I begin, I want to thank all of you for having us here today. Thank you to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the South African Heritage Resources Agency, and our host today, Isiko Museum. It truly has been a privilege to get to be here in South Africa. You have such a beautiful and amazing country filled with thousands of years of so much history. I truly believe this is one of the places in the world in which you can see how the past and the present come together, how intertwined they are. And as an archaeologist, to be able to experience this really has been a dream come true. So thank you so much for this opportunity. So I am part of the Colombian delegation that came to South Africa. I come with my colleague Juan Manuel Diaz Ortiz, and we both work at the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. The short version of this name is ICANN, which stands for Instituto Colombiano de Antropología e Historia in Spanish. And in Colombia, the ICANN is the national authority when we are talking about archaeological collections and archaeological heritage. So what I want to do with this presentation is to talk to you about ICANN, to tell you what it is, what it does, how it is organized, and then at the end, I'm going to share with you some of the experiences that we've had in the last couple of years with some repatriation cases that we've been able to achieve. So first of all, I want to begin with the legal framework that we have in Colombia to manage and protect archaeological heritage and archaeological collections. It is called the Special Protection Regime, and this is the Colombian legal framework aimed at the protection, preservation, and dissemination of the archaeological heritage that belongs to the nation, taking into consideration its historical, cultural, and scientific value. What this framework seeks is to prevent the illegal export of archaeological collections, their illicit trafficking, and commercialization. This framework has been strengthened through the development of national public policies, interinstitutional agreements, and nationwide strategies. And in the last couple of years, particularly when it comes to repatriation processes, this framework has been strengthened through the implementation of bilateral and multilateral conventions and treaties to promote international cooperation. So the framework mainly includes 4 laws, which are the principal laws that exist in Colombia to manage and protect archaeological heritage. We have the Law 397 of 1997, the Law 1185 of 2008, which modifies and adds a couple of things to the Law 397 of 1997. We also have the Decree 1080 of 2015, which unifies everything that had been said in Colombia related to cultural heritage up to 2015. And then we have the Decree 138 of 2019, which also adds and modifies things of the Decree 1080 of 2015. This special protection regime also incorporates the principles established in Articles 63 and 72 of the 1991 Political Constitution of Colombia, which is the highest and supreme law that exists in our country. And what the Constitution says about archaeological heritage is that it belongs to the nation and therefore it cannot be sold, claimed as private property through the passage of time, or seized. And this is better explained through 4 principles that are established in our Constitution. The first one says that archaeological heritage belongs to the nation, so all archaeological objects and sites are public assets and cannot be in any way privately owned. Archaeological heritage is inalienable, which means that it cannot be bought or sold. It is outside any form of commercial trade. It has no economic value and it cannot be subject to transactions. It is also imprescriptible, which means that it cannot become private property through the passage of time. And it is not subject to seizure, so it cannot be pledged as security or withheld to enforced obligations. So as a consequence of the Constitution and also of the laws that are included in the special protection regime, in December 1999, through the Decree 2667, the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History was created. And in this decree, it was established that the CAN is the only institution legally authorized in Colombia to implement the archaeological heritage management at both the national and territorial levels. Therefore, as the highest national authority on archaeological heritage, the CAN is always responsible for safeguarding and protecting archaeological heritage sites and objects that constitute part of Colombia's national heritage. So now I want to show you some pictures of ICANN. In case you ever go to Colombia, we'd be happy to show you around. ICANN has many different buildings located throughout the Colombian territory. I'm going to talk to them in this presentation, but this is the main one because this is where the offices are located. It is located in Bogota, which is the capital city of Colombia. And this is where we work every day in this building. As a national public institution within Colombia's cultural section and sector, our mission is to contribute to the development of public policy guidelines through research and the production and dissemination of technical and scientific knowledge in the fields of anthropology, archaeology, and history, and also to serve as the highest national authority on archaeological heritage. And currently, our vision is that by 2030, ICANN aspires to become a leading Latin American institution in the fulfillment of our mission, promoting public engagement with the knowledge it produces and the protection of archaeological heritage through technological tools, transparency mechanisms, inclusion, and citizen participation. And in order to successfully achieve this mission, all the areas and departments that are in ICANN need to work together. So this is how, in general terms, this is how the institute is divided. We have our director, and then ICANN also is divided into 3 different deputy directorates. The first one is for social engagement and citizen relations. We also have the Deputy Directorate for Research and Scientific Production, and we have the Deputy Directorate for Heritage Management. Each of them is divided into different areas and departments, but I'm only going to talk to you about the Deputy Directorate for Heritage Management because that's the one where I work, and also because that's the one that's responsible for the repatriation processes. So the Deputy Directorate for Heritage Management has 2 groups, the group of archaeology and the group of cultural heritage. In reality, they both work together a lot of the time, but for administrative reasons, each of them has different tasks and activities that they have to carry out. I'm part of the group of archaeology, the group that is responsible for the repatriation processes, and my colleague Juan Manuel Diaz is the head of the group of archaeology. So as the national authority in Colombia, when it comes to the protection and the management of archaeological heritage, one of the responsibilities that ICANN has is the management of the Colombian archaeological parks. These parks are located in different regions of Colombia, and ICANN has to guarantee their protection, their well-being, the access to the public, the research in the collections that each park has. So the Institute administers and oversees 6 key archaeological parks in Colombia that, as I was saying, are fundamental to the protection, research, and dissemination of both the nation's pre-Hispanic and Colombian heritage. And some of these sites include UNESCO World Wild Heritage Sites and early colonial settlements. So in this map of Colombia, Colombia as a country is divided in 32 areas that we call departments, and then each department is divided into different cities. Each department has a capital city and it is divided into different cities. The number of cities varies from one department to the other. But the ones that are colored in this map, I wanted to highlight because those are the departments in which ICANN has identified the presence of archaeological parks. So if we go to the north of Colombia, we have the Department of Magdalena, and there we find the archaeological park of Teyuna, Ciudad Perdida, which could be translated as something like the lost city. Then if we go to the west, the department that is blue, it is called Chocó, and there we have the archaeological and historic park of Santa María la Antigua del Darién. In the southwest, the one that is yellow is called the Department of Cauca, and there we have the archaeological park of Tierra Adentro. The purple one next to it is Huila, and there we have 3 archaeological parks, San Agustín, Alto de los Ídolos, and Alto de las Piedras. And then this one here, well, the green one in the kind of in the middle, is called, the department is San José del Guaviare, and we have a place there that is La Lindosa. It is not yet recognized as an archaeological park, but we are in the process of getting that recognition. And I wanted to talk about it here and to put it in the map because it truly is an amazing place. You're going to see later when I show you some of the pictures that we have. And we are almost there getting that recognition to include it also as an archaeological park. So that's another thing that ICANN does. We're in charge of getting those recognitions for these places that in Colombia are then labeled as archaeological parks. So this is the first one, the archaeological park of San Agustín. It is one of the biggest and maybe one of the most famous archaeological parks that we have in Colombia. If you ever have the opportunity to go there, you're going to see that what it is a funerary complex. So you're going to find a lot of tombs and burials. But it is really famous because of the funerary structures that it has to accompany the tombs. We have this status like this, and we also have something that archaeologists in Colombia have called mesitas. Mesitas can be translated as something like small tables, and archaeologists use that word to talk about those structures that you see there because the stone on the top is considered the top of the table, and then the statues, like the legs, they were not tables, but when archaeologists started to study them, they called them tables because of the shape that they have, so we call them mesitas, but they were really funerary structures in which the dead were buried. So if you ever go to San Agustín, those are the things that you're going to find. And as a curious fact, it is really amazing that today when you go, you see the stones. But in the past, all those statues and funerary structures had color. So that color has been lost through the passage of time. But if one day you are there, it truly is an amazing experience to close your eyes and try to think about how this place might have looked in the past, when the funerary rites were being carried out and all these statues had color. So this is one of the archaeological parks that we have. Then there's also the archaeological park of Alto de los Ídolos. Alto can be translated as something like the highest part of a mountain, and ídolos means gods or spirits or deities, so it's something like the mountain of the gods. It is really similar to San Agustin, and they are even close geographically, because what we know is that the pre-Hispanic societies that occupied this territory, they were all in some way connected, and we can see these in the cultural, the materials that we have. So here you also find tombs and funerary structures and places in which the dead were buried. Then we have the archaeological park of Alto de las Piedras. So again, Alto means mountain or the highest part of the mountain, and then Piedras is stones. And this is another place that was used as a funerary complex to bury the dead. Then we have the archaeological park of Tierra Adentro. Tierra Adentro can be translated as deep inside the earth. And that name is really appropriate because in order to go there, you really have to go inside a mountain to get to these places. Here we have hypogeums in which you find funerary urns in which there were human remains. And this is another of the archaeological parks that is under the responsibility of ICANN. Then we have the archaeological park of Teyuna, the lost city. This one is the one that in the map was located in the north of the country. And this one is really interesting because it is also located in a geographical area that is called Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, in which today we have the indigenous communities that are descendants of the pre-Hispanic societies that built this city. This city was built by a pre-Hispanic society called Tairona, and today in this same territory, we find the indigenous communities that are their descendants. Nowadays, they are divided into 4 different groups: Kogi, Wiwa, Cancuamo, and Arhuacos, and they all live in this part of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. Then we have the archaeological and historic park of Santa María la Antigua del Darién. This one, according to the records that we have in Colombia, was the first settlement that the Europeans created when they got to what today is Colombia. So this is also an archaeological park that is under the responsibility of ICANN. And then this last one, La Lindosa, is the one that is still not recognized officially as an archaeological park, but we are in the process of getting that label. This is one of the oldest archaeological sites in Colombia. As you can see, we have panels of rock art. It is really unique both in Colombia and in South America for what it has and for what we know about the chronology of the site. It has even been called by some authors the 16th chapel of rock art in South America because of the evidence that we have found here. And right now we are in the process of getting the recognition of archaeological park for this site too. Besides the archaeological parks, ICANN is also responsible for authorizing all the interventions that are carried out in Colombia on archaeological heritage. So we have interventions like archaeological research, preventive archaeology programs, rescue archaeology, chance finds, conservation and or restoration on archaeological heritage, and the implementation of management measures. All of these can only be carried out in Colombia once it is approved and authorized by the ICANN. If it doesn't have that authorization, then it is illegal. So ICANN really needs to have the control of everything that is happening related to this in order to approve all of these processes. And when it comes to these interventions, as I was saying, they must always be authorized by the ICANN. And in order to have the control of what is happening within these authorizations, the authorization holder must always ensure that at the end of the intervention, all the archaeological objects that were recovered during the interventions are incorporated into something that is called the National Archaeological Heritage Registry. So this National Archaeological Heritage Registry has all the information of the archaeological assets found in Colombia, but it is divided into movable objects, artifacts, and immovable sites, structures. So when it comes to structures, we have something called the GeoVisor, which is a platform in which all the archaeological sites that have been identified in Colombia are located. And when it comes to movable objects, we have two different approaches. First, there is the legal custody of archaeological objects, and then there are the archaeological collections that are under the responsibility of ICANN. So the GeoVisor for immovable sites and structures is a digital tool that enables the interactive exploration and management of the country's archaeological heritage. It is a platform in which, where you can see, there's the map of Colombia, and then those numbers are the numbers of archaeological sites that have been identified in those departments of the country. So this platform is open for the public, so anyone who's interested in reading this information, both researchers and general public, they go to the GeoVisor and then they can find all the information that ICANN has regarding the research, the investigation, and everything that we have for those archaeological sites. And then with the movable objects, as I said, we have two approaches. The first one is the legal custody of archaeological objects. So in Colombia, we have established that ICANN may authorize both individuals or legal entities to hold legal custody of archaeological heritage, provided that they complied with the registration, management, and security requirements established by the Institute. So what this means is that, as we saw with the special protection regime, archaeological heritage in Colombia belongs to the nation, to the people, so it cannot be privately owned by anyone. But what can happen is that someone, an entity or a person, can ask ICANN for the legal custody of the objects. So what it does is that, for example, we have a museum that has objects in their exhibition, but those objects, they don't belong to the museum. The museum only has the custody of the objects. And then ICANN authorizes that custody as long as the museum shows that they are able to comply with all the protocols and guidelines that ICANN asks in order to authorize the custody. That means that they have to show that the objects are going to be in good conditions for preservation, that the general public has access to those objects, because even though the objects may be in a museum, they still belong to the nation, and then everyone has a right to go and see them. And in order to do this process, the person or the entity, the person or the entity that is interested in asking for the custody, they have to fill a registration and custody record form. And then once ICANN evaluates the form, it says if it authorizes or not the custody of the archaeological objects. But what's really important is that even if that custody is authorized, all those objects still belong to the nation, not to the person that has the custody. And then we also have the archaeological collections that are under the responsibility of ICANN. So ICANN has a number of repositories along the Colombian territory in which we house the archaeological collections that ICANN has. In Bogota, which is the capital city, we have two places in which some of our archaeological collections are housed. And then the other ones is, if you can see, if you remember from the other map, they are located in the archaeological parks that ICANN has. So we have the archaeological park, and then we have the repository in which the archaeological collections are housed. So there's one in the southwest of Colombia, that is the archaeological repository of Tumaco. There's one in the department of Cauca, that is the archaeological repository of Tierra Adentro, which was the park with the hypogeums. And then there are three in the three archaeological parks located in the department of Huila, which were San Agustín, Alto de los Ídolos, and Alto de las Piedras. The collections that are located in these repositories, more or less, they have 43,574 archaeological objects. Those are all the objects that are under the custody of ICANN. And between that, in that collection, we have ceramics, both complete vessels and fragments, metals and goldwork, human remains, archaeological textiles, animal remains, lithics, and archaeobotanical remains. And after this presentation, I'd be really interested in hearing what you have to say about the collection of human remains that ICANN has, because the case for Colombia is different when it comes to those collections of human remains, because they are all from pre-Hispanic societies that in most of the cases don't exist anymore today, because as a result of the colonization process, they disappeared. So some of them are still alive in Colombia, but most of them aren't. So those collections of human remains that we have, if we wanted to do the restitution process that we were talking about earlier in the morning, we wouldn't have someone to give them to, because we don't have those communities anymore. What we're trying to do is to improve the housing conditions as most as we can, because we do believe that there's this shared humanity between the researchers and the human remains that always makes us work with these remains in a way that is respectful and dignified, and they are different from all the archaeological materials in that sense. But in the case of Colombia, there's that complexity about the fact that since we don't have those communities, those descendants with us anymore, well, we need to find a way to manage those collections that nowadays are in museums, universities, and in our case that we have in the ICANN. When it comes to the means of acquisition of these archaeological objects, the ones that are part of the collection that ICANN has, they come from archaeological research, rescue archaeology, chance finds, voluntary citizen donations. That's something that happens a lot in Colombia. There are, especially when it comes to rural areas, there are families that maybe they've had archaeological objects from one generation to the other because they found them, and then they go to the institute and they have given those to be part of the collection. We have also donations, in some cases purchases, and then repatriations. They have been one of the main means of acquisitions that we have had in the institute during the last couple of years. So between September 2022 and April 2026, Colombia has been able to repatriate 1,194 archaeological objects. Here you can see the number of objects that were repatriated in each year. And we're really excited about these numbers because this is something unprecedented in our country. This is thanks to our current government. The president that we have now has really provided all the necessary means in order to achieve in a successful way all these repatriations. What he has done is that we know that there are some objects in other countries. We have identified them. They are sometimes even already located at the Colombian embassies in other countries. But before, there were no means to bring them back to Colombia. Funding is still one of the biggest challenges that we face. So what our current president has done is that every time that there's a diplomatic mission to another country, or even when he travels in the presidential airplane or in a ship that is called Buque Gloria, which is the official presidential ship in Colombia, he takes that opportunity to bring back all the archaeological objects that are located at the country to which he's traveling. So that has really helped a lot these repatriation processes, because it has given us a way to bring those objects in a way that we know that they're safe and that everything is controlled. And right now we have been working on an exhibition to show the results of these repatriation processes that have been carried out between 2022 and 2026. This is the National Museum in Bogota, Colombia. And what we want is to have an exhibition in which we want to show all these objects that have been repatriated between 2022 and 2026. It is going to be called pasados en retorno, which can be translated as something like pasts in return or the pasts are coming back. And the idea is not so much to talk about the objects themselves, but more about their histories, the biography of each piece. So the idea is for them, for the objects, to talk to the visitors of the museum as if they were talking in first person, to talk about how they left the country and also about how they came back. This the one that is there is the design of how the exhibition is going to look. It will be open on June 25th, 2025, and it will be available during 2 months. And the idea is for this exhibition to show all the institutional efforts that both the government and ICANN have implemented in order to carry out the repatriation of these archaeological objects. Right now, we don't have a policy or guidelines to talk about how the repatriation process should be done, but we are working on the creation of that document. But what we have is the process and how there are different stages, the different stages that we have been following in the last couple of years in order to achieve these repatriation processes. So it always begins when the archaeological objects are identified abroad. In the cases that we've had, what usually happens is that there is someone in a different country that contacts ICANN or contacts the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia or goes to the Colombian embassy of the country in which this person is living, and they say that they have a collection of objects that they believe is from Colombia or that they know that is from Colombia. In the majority of the cases, if not in all of them, all these objects were taken out of the country through illicit trafficking and commercialization, and they were sold. Or sometimes there were private collectors who just took them in a time in which the special protection regime didn't exist yet. So we don't really know in Colombia how many objects that are from Colombian archaeological heritage are outside. So when there's someone who says that they have a collection and they want to give it back, that really is the way to begin these repatriation processes, because then we know that they have something in a different country. And this process is carried out with the help of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. And then the first thing that happens is that there is a preliminary technical assessment that ICANN does. It is preliminary because it is done by the photographic record. So when the objects are still in a different country, what we get in ICANN are the pictures of those objects. And then with the objects, with the pictures, we are able to establish in a preliminary assessment if they are part of the Colombian archaeological heritage. When they are, then the next step is to issue a transport certificate authorizing the return of the archaeological objects to Colombia. And then once they are in Colombia, there is a handover ceremony that is carried out between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Cultures, Arts and Knowledge, and ICANN. After this ceremony, all the objects, once ICANN has them, they are transferred to one of the archaeological repositories that ICANN has, and then an in-person assessment of the objects is conducted in order to issue a technical opinion regarding their status as part of the national archaeological heritage. So this first assessment that ICANN does is just through the photographic record, just to see if they are from Colombia or not. But then once they are in Colombia and ICANN has them, there is a final in-person assessment to establish that they do belong to the Colombian archaeological heritage. And when this happens, those objects that have been repatriated are then incorporated into the ICANN inventory systems. And then in some cases, we've been able to return those repatriated objects to the Colombian indigenous communities. This is our main goal, what we want to do with all the repatriated objects that we've been able to take back to Colombia. But right now, from the repatriation processes that we've had between 2022 and 2026, we've been able to do this in some particular cases, and those are the cases that I'm going to share with you in this presentation. So the first one, we've considered these like milestones of these repatriation processes. The first one happened last year. There was something that we called a special custody arrangement. This is something that was just created for this case, and we are hoping it becomes the blueprint for future situations in which we are able to give back all these archaeological objects to the communities, to the indigenous communities. So the Institute transferred 9 archaeological objects to the Kagawa or Kogi people. They are one of the descendant groups that I talked to you about before, the ones that live near this archaeological park of Tejuna. And out of those 9 objects that were given to them, 6 were repatriated objects. And of those 6, one of them was repatriated in 2024, and then the other 5 were repatriated in 2023. So we were able to take those objects that were the product of repatriation processes, and then they were given back to one of the indigenous communities in Colombia. And to do that, we created this special custody arrangement. This was conceived as a strategy that articulates institutional responsibility with indigenous systems of care and cultural meaning, because ICANN has this custody for just custody in general for movable artifacts, as we saw before. But in this case, since we wanted these objects to go back to the indigenous community, this was created as a special arrangement in which they were able to get them and then to rebury all these objects. In this case, the objects, they were reburied because the Kogi people, they have a really spiritual connection with the landscape in which they live. So they wanted to bury the objects again as a way of giving them back to the earth. There was a process to cleanse all the objects once they were given back to them because of all the time that they had been outside, both outside of Colombia and also outside of the territory in which they were made. So in this process, we were able to give it back to the indigenous community, which is the community to which all these objects belong. And as part of this special custody arrangement, we work with them to create descriptions of these objects that were given to them in their language. Those signs, those labels that you see there, that's not Spanish, that's the language of the Kogi people. And for the first time in the history of ICANN, and I think in Colombia, this custody was done taking into consideration all the belief systems of the Kogi people, of the indigenous people, and then these objects were described using the language of the people to which they truly belong. So this is the first case that we have in which we have done this. We are hoping that this sets a model for the future. But we were really excited about this because it was this long process in which first we identified that the pieces were abroad, then they were repatriated, and then finally they were given back to the Kogi people who were able to rebury them. Also with the Kogi, we had the restitution of ethnographic objects. So we were aware that there were 3 ethnographic objects that belonged to the Kogi in the Ethnological Museum of Berlin in Germany. And through an exercise of international cooperation, we were able to repatriate the 3 objects that were in Germany. And then in a ceremony that was held on October 29, 2024, they can formalize the return of these 3 objects to the Kogi people. And besides these 3 objects, we were also able to restitute 2 solar masks. In ICANN, we call this case the return of the sun because the Kogi explained to us that the masks, one of them is called the sun mask and the other one the great solar mask. And these masks accompany these 3 objects that were repatriated from Germany. And in 2024, we were able to give all of those 5 objects to the Kogi people. These, as these are ethnographic, these were not buried. They are still using these in their lives. They just wanted to take them back to use them because they say for them these objects are still alive. So they wanted to take them back to the practices, their everyday practices, which is a difference with the archaeological objects that they did want to bury again. We have also had really good experiences with other museums from the world. So in December 2025, we had a repatriation that was done with the help of the Museum of Anthropology at the University of British Columbia in Canada. This was a really interesting case because the museum directly contacted ICANN to tell us that while they were organizing their archaeological collections, they found 127 archaeological objects that they knew were from Colombia. At ICANN, we didn't have information of this collection because, as I said before, since a lot of these objects have been taken out of the country through illegal trafficking, sometimes it is hard to keep track of everything that has been taken out. So we didn't know these objects were in Canada, but the museum, they contacted ICANN, they said that they found them and that they really wanted to give them back to Colombia. And so thanks to this, we were able to initiate and facilitate this repatriation process. This has been a really important case for us because we do believe that it reflects a shifting international landscape in which museums and foreign institutions increasingly recognize the importance of returning archaeological heritage to the territories of origin. And we do hope that this is the first of many other cases in which we are able to work with museums from around the world in order to repatriate the archaeological collections, the Colombian archaeological collections that have been taken out of the country. And then also something that is really important and that is really one of the main ways in which the archaeological objects from Colombia have been retrieved is with the help of the people. We have both in Colombia and people who are who live out of Colombia, families who have contacted the institute to say that they have collections of archaeological objects that they believe are from Colombia or that they know that are from Colombia and that they want to give them back. The last one that we had was with a family called Errázuriz Cox. They're a family from Chile, and in March 2026, a couple of months ago, they contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia to say that there were all siblings, and they said that their father had died and that they knew that while he was alive, he had traveled a lot throughout South America, and that when he was in Colombia, he collected a lot of archaeological objects, and that now, well, he died, and then they wanted to give back all those objects to Colombia. There was a group of 174 archaeological objects, and we were able to work with Chile to repatriate that collection. But this was another example of how it is so important to have the help of people in order to identify these collections that are out of Colombia and in order to find ways to bring them back. This demonstrated for us that the willingness of families to return archaeological objects constitute a key and decisive factor in making repatriation processes possible. And then to conclude, I want to share with you this quote that was said by our director in ICANN, Elena Caicedo Fernandez, who is the head of the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History, because I believe that this really shows the position that ICANN has now regarding the processes of repatriation of archaeological heritage. She said this was for an interview that was done regarding the repatriation of the ethnographical objects from Germany. So she said that for the Colombian government, insisting on the repatriation of archaeological heritage is a way of reclaiming the past of our indigenous peoples and reconnecting citizens with the country's cultural heritage. It means rebuilding our history that has been taken from us through one of the consequences of the looting and trafficking of archaeological objects, the loss of knowledge about who we are. So for the Colombian government right now and for institutes like ICANN, what's really important about these repatriation processes is that when we bring the objects back to Colombia, it is not just about that material culture, but about the histories and the memory and the identity that comes back together with the objects. And that's really what we're working on right now, to be able to continue strengthening the guidelines and the policies that we have regarding the repatriation of archaeological heritage, because we do think that this is a way to heal a lot of the injustices that were committed in the past, and that this has a really strong impact in the communities that are still living in Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, can we give a round of applause again? You heard the presentation from our colleagues from Colombia about the institutional infrastructure they have in dealing with issues of repatriation and broadly issues of heritage and the systems that basically use. And I also think she went a great deal to show the type of sites they have. And then in addition to that, the type of projects or objects that they basically had to repatriate. And one that was actually a little bit surprising was on the issue of human remains. That one of the seems to be a challenge. I think a question would have to rise on that. Seems to be a challenge was that you have the, I don't know whether you could call it pre-colonial communities or the indigenous people of that area who basically no longer really exist in the original form. And the challenge in what to do with the human remains given the fact that these people communities are no longer there. Yeah, that's an issue that needs more discussion. But long and short, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to open up for questions and answers. Hand number 1, followed number 2, number 3, number 4, in that format.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was really interesting. I think my question is one, I'm just curious on what you define as archaeological heritage. What if, given the legal framework you work with, if that is defined in the prescripts, whether it has a threshold, etc. And then in terms of illegal export and import, if you could just tell us how that system is set up, what are some of the limitations, and which agencies do you work with, and maybe if you can, a success on preventing or just the dynamic. Thank you.
Let's give at least 3 questions. So number 2 is that side, and then number 3 and.
Okay, so with the, I was picked up on the human remains one where you said they of a prehistoric society that they don't exist anymore. So then I wanted to know then, what are you going to do with them? Who holds them? What is their current state? So are they just in limbo? And then it was a fantastic presentation, very positive. The amount of things you've repatriated is amazing. Has anything ever gone wrong? It was amazing, you know. So yeah, I just wanted to know, have you ever had any issues, problems, and then how do you deal with it?
Thank you for the presentation. So I've just got a quick question. So you mentioned you guys have 43,574 objects. Just EKN, do you have any idea of other repositories in terms of their collection sizes, or are there other sizes of the collections in other general collections? And then the other question is obviously, in terms of the exhibition that you indicated it was June 2025, or was it June of this year?
This year.
Okay.
June 25, 2026.
Okay.
We want to go
Yeah, I was going to ask whether there's a, I know, maybe. I just need to have the money to be able to go. And then obviously, is there any links to the exhibition, more information that we can get about the exhibition? Because it's obviously quite interesting, because you mentioned that it's not going to talk too much about the objects themselves, but the history of the objects. So I would be interested to know about the history of those objects. By the way, I'm from the archaeology unit at SADA, so.
In the meantime, let's allow her to answer the other questions.
Okay, so the first one regarding what we consider archaeology, that's really interesting because in the last couple of days that we've been here, we have seen a lot of difference to what is considered archaeology here in South Africa, and we had asked ourselves what's archaeological for them and what's ethnographic or anthropological, because for us it is different. In that special protection regime that we talked about, it is defined that archaeological objects are the ones in Colombia that have lost all connection to the uses of which they were made of the first time. So when there is a disconnection with the original context of production, then it is considered an archaeological object. There are some nuances when it comes to marine archaeological heritage that has a different legislation, but in general, we consider archaeological everything that has no longer a connection with the context in which it was made. Then with the illicit trafficking, I think during the last couple of years, or even longer, I think maybe the last decades, Colombia has worked really hard in order to strengthen the policies regarding illicit trafficking, because before, especially during the first and second half of the 20th century, we didn't have anything to prevent illicit trafficking. It even took us a long time to define what was archaeological. As you saw, the constitution that talks about archaeological heritage is from 1991. So before that, it was really easy to find archaeological objects and take them out of the country because there was nothing to prevent that from happening. And when it comes to Colombian archaeological heritage, it is really rich in gold work and metals. And that is, that has been looted. Even from the first time the Spaniards got to what today is Colombia, that's one of the things that they were after and that they always were taking. So nowadays there's a policy that has been strengthened through time in order to identify, because now we have all the experiences of all the ways in which archaeological heritage can be looted and taken out of the country. So we are really trying to take that into consideration to see how we can prevent it from happening. And there's actually what you have here as DISAC. In Colombia, we think the equivalent is something called the Ministry of Culture, Knowledge Systems and Arts. And they have a program that only works in policies for illicit trafficking of cultural heritage in general, not only archaeological, but cultural heritage in general. And they work with all the police groups that are just like the police from the cities, but also there's a police that is at the airport, like interns. Yes, they work with them, and they work with also entities from abroad, like the FBI and the Interpol, identifying the cases because there are some famous cases that we know of pieces that have been taken out of the country. So they articulate with entities like that in order to prevent that illicit trafficking. But there are still a lot of challenges because when we read about the policies that we have and we see all the efforts that have been put into those programs of preventing illicit trafficking, it looks like everything is really organized, but then we find out that there's still commercialization. We don't know how they do it. They just find ways to take those objects out of the country. But we have that program, and ICANN has also worked a lot with the Ministry of Culture in workshops and forums and conversations with different stakeholders that might have something to do with illicit trafficking or that are connected to it somehow, to try and also create a conscience of why it is so bad for Colombia and for our heritage, illicit trafficking. Because in those conversations, there are always questions and things that maybe people don't really realize, or they don't know because no one has told them before, how bad it is for our history and our culture when those items are taken out of Colombia. So those spaces are also carried out by the Institute to try and strengthen those policies regarding illicit trafficking. Then with you, there was one about the human remains that they are kind of, what are we going to do with them because we don't have the indigenous communities to give them back to? Yes, that's what we're still trying to find out too. What we want is to create a space for ICANN in which they can be housed with all the better conditions, like the best that we can do to guarantee that their preservation is good in a way that is dignified and respectful. But we don't have that have been established in other countries. We are actually working for guidelines for Colombia, because currently we don't have in Colombia guidelines regarding the treatment of archaeological human remains, and that's one of the projects that the Institute has now. We believe that's one of the first steps that we want to take in order to guarantee that those collections are taken care of. But regarding the situation with the communities, it is difficult because, for example, the pictures I showed of the Kogi community, we have given them archaeological objects, not human remains, because we don't have human remains from them that we could give them back to. That's one of the cases. If there are really few, because the geographical area in which they live, there are two situations. First, because of the acidic soils, if there were human remains, that they must have been because people were being buried, they are not preserved, so we don't have them. But also because since that whole region is now an archaeological park, Tejuna, the one I showed in the pictures, and we have the indigenous communities, there has been established an agreement between ICANN and the Kogi people not to excavate anymore there. So there have been new approaches like LiDAR and I don't remember the name right now, but georadar and other methods in order to identify archaeological sites, but we are not excavating there anymore because we know that's sacred landscape and their communities there. So in that case, if there are human remains of them that maybe were excavated before, we could restitute those back to them. But I don't think we really have anything in that case. But from other regions of Colombia, archaeologists have divided the country into archaeological regions, but those regions were created by the archaeologists to study the territory, and they were given names that don't have anything to do with the original names that the pre-Hispanic society must have had, but we don't have that information. So the societies that lived there in pre-Hispanic times, we say pre-Hispanic to talk about the period of time before the arrival of the Europeans, those communities right now, we don't have them anymore. So we don't have a group to which we can say we're going to give these human remains back to you.
Perhaps before you move out of that one, just try and clarify for me, indigenous, which exists, and prehistoric that doesn't exist. What was the difference? Pre-Hispanic and indigenous, or is there a difference?
Yeah, yes and no. So in Colombia, we use that term indigenous to talk about the people who lived in what today is Colombia before the arrival of the Spaniards. And we also call them pre-Hispanic societies because, well, they were before the.
Okay. Mshakazi, we'll take.
If we recognize that we've got a common humanity based on the human condition, and that humanness of our humanity is but they should not be displaced and disturbed and continue to be studied in one form or another. Is it not then generation, irrespective of the current identity versus the prehistoric identity, that those people, based on our own common humanity, should be buried?
I guess that's the question. Is that clear?
So if I got it, that the collection of human remains that we have, they should be buried based on that shared humanity, because yes, but that brings a lot of challenges for us, because let's say we knew where to bury them, which is first an issue, because to define a place to bury someone, it has a lot of challenges. But even if we were to do that, and if we are thinking that we should do that because that was the wish of the person, or because it is the respectful thing to do, since we don't know who we were, and we in Colombia, in our particular case, we don't have the information, not always, of the funerary rites that were carried out, we still be burying them in a way that is ours and not theirs, because we don't have that information of how the community did it, and we don't have the community descendants of those individuals. So right now, what we're going to do, I think that's what we're thinking, is to improve in any way possible the conditions in which we have those human remains right now, because we really don't have the information to know how to bury them again. And something else that would be really problematic in that case, bioanthropology and bioarchaeology are very big in Colombia. A lot of research is carried out on the study of human remains. So it'd be something that it can really would have to discuss with a lot of stakeholders and to really think through, because if we were to say that we were going to rebury all the human remains, that would bring a lot of problems in Colombia for the research that's carried out by universities and some other authors.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. I had another question, but I see the professor has raised his hand. Let me recognize him.
I'm very disappointed to hear that. As you can imagine, I would have been, because that is also what happened in South Africa, 25 years ago. Happened in Germany, and it's part of the condition of settler colonialism, sadly. But sometimes settler colonialisms set out on a different path, and they try to decolonize themselves. And so you've heard examples here of deaccessioning. You've got examples, a number of examples that are, and one of the arguments that certainly Prestwich puts on the table for us is that to seek for a deep, specific ethnic community of the is often not going to be possible, but that you seek a connection to the dead through history, and to seek the ethnological correctness of how to do this and that and the burial and stuff, you're going to basically, those are arguments for tying yourself up in all of the baggage of the past, as if you cannot escape from it. Because what is at stake is the future of Colombian society, like that was at stake in South Africa. So, and what we've also put on the table is the idea of thinking about archaeology and these disciplines. I imagine they are called anthropology because, like elsewhere in the Americas, archaeology is one type of anthropological practice. That one seeks a new humaneness, and that if there are disciplines that have not been able to find that, and if you decide that there is a lack of ethics in the maintenance of the remains of indigenous people in Colombian collections, and because the world is changing. We've been having discussions about these matters in Brazil, and you get a certain kind of impression of where Latin America is going. And I don't think it's right that Colombia be overtaken by the rest of the world and to be kept in its own island of colonialism.
Because as the national authority, we have to take that into consideration. We have to know what people are going to say. But I'm in no way saying that Colombia is going to stay behind or do something that doesn't go with what the rest of the world is discussing when it comes to the ethics that are connected to the management of human remains, because we do deeply care about that, and what we are trying to do the best that we can with what we have with what we know about those human remains. What I was doing when I was answering the question was saying, these are the positions that we have, because we need to acknowledge all those voices in order to finally make a decision. But that's not going to happen, that we are going to say, well, we can bury them, so we'll just leave them here. That's not the idea of the work that we're doing. The management of human remains is actually a priority for the Institute right now. And after the experience here, for example, what you said about the sectioning today, we are taking that. We are taking all the information we can in order to improve the way in which the Institute handles human remains. So those are ideas. We know that what we want to do is to treat them with the utmost respect that is always connected to any work that has to do with human beings. And we'll do that according to the information that we have, the conditions that we have, and to the Colombian context too, because it is different to how things work in other countries. But one of the complexities that we do have is the thing with the descendants that I talked about. It is not as simple to find a descendant community to give them back to rebury them. But we'll do everything else that we can in order to give those human remains the treatment that they deserve. And we'll do everything to preserve Colombian archaeological heritage, because, well, that's our job first, and because we know that we need it for our culture and our history and our identity. And part of the work with human remains is that we need to take all the information that we have to make a final decision, or the decision that we can make right now with the solutions that we have, to give them the best possible treatment.
Thank you very much. Maybe before, when Kwame comes to the fore, I would prefer that you come to the fore. I just one last comment from my side. I was tempted actually to raise the issue that the professor has actually raised. You see, there's something that we call the resurgence or a re-emergence of indigeneity, where people who no longer look like what was called indigenous suddenly decide that they're indigenous. It has happened in many countries. It's happening in South Africa. The case of the Khoi and the San looked totally history. It has been reopened, and there are many people coming forward. They are no longer saying we're the descendants. No, they say the San. I've never seen the Rosary Empire that built Mapungubwe, but I know I'm a descendant of those people. If Colombia doesn't find a way of dealing with that before the re-emergence happens,
It happened already. We have.
it could become a problem one day. And that time it could become a political problem. So it would be wise to find a way of dealing with it. I do understand your case. I think you explained that you didn't have certain laws dealing with these issues up until the 1990s. That is definitely understandable.
Add the word new before to talk about we are the new, and they add the word of the pre-Hispanic society that they say that they are. So, I mean, we have people that have identified as societies that existed in the past.
Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause. Osco, I think I spoke for a long time and been wrestling with this ship, and the professor stepped in as well and made it more. But thank you very much. I would like you to come and give your way forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokena. We really made you work hard today. Thank you so much. And our colleagues and our guests were able to stay until now. Just quickly, let me just, on behalf of the department that had to step out of the session to attend another meeting, to thank you all, and to thank our program director for today, Ndate Mokoena, our chairperson of Heritage Resources Management Committee, and the chairperson of the Gauteng PRA. And we really must thank Iziko for organizing this together with Sarah, and yes, the representations of the department. We would like to thank the representatives from Colombia, Ms. Pratt and Mr. Diaz. Thank you very much for being here. I would like also to just recognize for the past represented country in this. Ndate Dr. Ndlovu, the CEO of Iziko, in his absence now, it couldn't be possible without allowing the facilities of Iziko to host us. So thank you very much. I must let you know that the session that we have had over this week, or the Intergovernmental Committee for Promoting Return of Cultural Heritage at UNESCO, well, they were having meetings this week, and we did indicate our partnership with Colombia on understanding this matters. Documenting this now is the team. So we must see or challenged us to the agency of how much we reflect in the terminology that we still use, that do not necessarily mean we are done, but we are still somewhat objectifying what we really are trying to clean out. So we are forever, I think, alert as we have this engagement. We appreciate sharing with us your learnings from your travels globally. So thank you very much. We do need the collaborations of academic institutions in developing policies, and I think some institutions are pushing academia into the practical work that must happen in communities. This event took place through organizers such as, the admin people behind this. I would like to thank here represented by Nini as one of the people who organized the food we ate, the water we drank, helping us to get from point A to point B. So thank you very much. It has happened through really a collective effort. Let me announce that this evening at 6, Iziko has invited us, and I learned this through Prof. Rasool, that there is an exhibition that's going to happen this evening. Our guests are invited to the exhibition. Please do go. And with that, thank you very much. We can there are gifts that Iziko and Sarah prepared. Mekosa, if you can help me to hand over those from Iziko, or I don't know. We need to hand these gifts. On that day, is it you? Yes, without overstepping the protocols, I just need Iziko representative to help me hand over the gifts. Prof, if you can come closer, and that day, Mokwena and our guests. Thank you very much. With the handing of gifts, the session will be closed. Thank you all for your time.